Chapter 397. In the past, when Lu Ping was still a blood refinement cultivator, he had once joined hands with Xianling sect cultivators to fight against the monsters outside Xianqi Island. At that time, when the monsters' scheme against the core forging cultivators from both sects failed, Xianling sect, Zhenling sect, and the monsters all sent Dharma manifestation cultivators to mediate the situation. At that time, Lu Ping's abilities were so low that he could not even see the figures of core forging cultivators, much less Dharma manifestation cultivators like Laozu. However, when Zhenling's wind and snow immortals appeared, the scene of wind and snow filling the sky still shocked Lu Ping to this day. Lu Ping went forward respectfully, bowed, and said, "Disciple Lu Shenping greets Uncle Master Tianfan." Tianfan Laozu gestured with a smile, and only then did Jiang Tianlin say, "All right, wait here for a while. I still have something for you to do later." Once he finished speaking, Jiang Tianlin Laozu stretched out a finger and drew a line in front of him. A black door, similar to the one that had captured Lu Ping just now, suddenly appeared. Then, Reverend Shen Shong, who had been fighting against Lu Ping just now, was flung out of the door while staggering. Reverend Shen Shong was not an idiot. Even though he had been captured out of the blue, he knew that the person who had captured him in such a bizarre manner was definitely not an ordinary person. Hence, just like Lu Ping, he first stood properly, and once he saw the people sitting in the hall clearly, he went forward and bowed. Jiang Tianlin Laozu drew a few more doors, and Reverend Shen Lei and Reverend Shen Xing, who had been fighting against Lu Ping and the others, as well as Reverend Shen Wei, who had his spirit materials for setting up his formation destroyed by Lu Ping, appeared in the hall together with a long face. After everyone greeted the seniors of the sect, Patriarch Jiang Tianlin said, "You guys are quite bold. How dare you fight in front of our sect's land of inheritance? Furthermore, it's a chaotic battle. Do you think our sect is your own backyard?" Spiritual Master Jiang Tianlin had always been free and unfettered. Although he did not reprimand them harshly, he still had a dignified air about him. Lu Ping and the others did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Fa Xiong Laozu. They all admitted their mistakes and did not try to defend themselves. Seeing that the five of them were tactful, Jiang Tianlin directly said, "Since you've made a mistake, you need to be punished." Recently, the sects of the North Sea have discovered the traces of a spirit or vein on an ice island at the extreme north of the North Sea. Initial speculation is that it is a middle-sized spirit or vein. Right now, all the sects are preparing to send people to investigate. I, Zhenling, have always been at odds with the demon race, and we are short on core forging cultivators. I did not expect that the five of you would run into us. Since that is the case, the five of you should go to the extremely cold lands of the north to endure the wind and snow. If this matter is successful, you will naturally benefit. If other sects take advantage of you, then stay on Frost Island for 10 years before returning. Shen Shong and the others nodded in agreement, but Lu Ping was slightly stunned. Jiang Tianlin Laozu saw that Lu Ping did not speak and asked, "What, do you have any objections?" Lu Ping hurriedly said, "Grandmaster, this disciple returned to Heaven Spirit Mountain this time to meet teacher. Also, if there is no disciple guarding Huangli Island, its defense is too weak." Jiang Tianlin Laozu waved his hand and said, "Go to your Frost Island. You do not need to worry about your teacher. I will personally go guard Huangli Island in a few days." Lu Ping could not believe his own ears and looked at Jiang Tianlin in shock. Dharma idol Laozu was personally guarding the front lines of the demon race and demon race. Had the war between the humans and the demons deteriorated to such a state that Dharma idol Laozu was going to change his previous arrangement of restraining each other and go into battle bare-chested? But then, Lu Ping remembered that Reverend Chu Shencheng and the others had said when they returned to Huangli Island after hunting down demon cultivators. Not only did they discover that the overseas demon race had secretly formed an alliance, there was also a demon Dharma idol Laozu who was prepared to attack them. Was this why Jiang Tianlin Laozu was guarding Huangli Island? However, if Jiang Tianlin Laozu was guarding Huangli Island, Lu Ping really did not need to worry about the safety of Huangli Island. He also did not need to worry that someone would attack Huangli Island again when he was not around. When they heard that Reverend Jiang Tianlin was going to leave the outer sea, Lu Ping was not the only one shocked. Reverend Shen Shong and the other three were also shocked. After giving out their orders, Reverend Shen Shong and the others left. Jiang Tianlin Laozu, however, made Lu Ping stay. Do you have something to report when you returned to Chonghua Manor? Lu Ping thought and said, this time, when the demon race attacked Huangli Island, this disciple killed a middle-stage core-forging seahorse. The expressions of Jiang Tianlin Laozu, Tianfan Laozu, and Reverend Guo Shenshan lit up. Reverend Chu Shencheng stood up from his seat and said, Little Lu, why didn't you say so earlier when you were at Huangli Island? Lu Ping said helplessly, at that time, you were in a hurry to return to Heaven Spirit Mountain and did not ask this disciple. Regarding the alliance of the overseas demon races, this disciple only heard about it from Reverend Shen He. Reverend Chu Shencheng thought about it and agreed. He snorted and sat back in his chair without saying anything else. Reverend Guo Shenshan thought about it and said, in that case, the alliance of the overseas demon races is a fact. The seahorse race has never liked the cold water of North Sea and has always been breeding in East Sea and South Sea. Now that they've come to North Sea, in addition to the information junior brother Chu obtained from the Soul Search, the sects in North Sea should be able to confirm it. Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled and said, in fact, the sects in North Sea have long believed it. However, although the sects in North Sea call it an alliance, it's actually just a door for the sects to compromise with each other. If they were to really take on the responsibility of coordinating the sects and jointly resist the attack of the demon races, I'm afraid that the sects will fight for the right to speak in the alliance for a while. Tianfan Laozu also said, the time and how this alliance will be formed is calculated by the sects every step, but it's really hard to say now. Moreover, since the overseas demon races have formed an alliance, the sects in North Sea, East Sea, and South Sea will come into contact sooner or later. North Sea is weak, and once the sects in the three regions form an alliance, how to strengthen the sects in North Sea in the alliance will be another problem. Lu Ping stood there and listened quietly to the four of them discussing the major events of the cultivation world, not daring to make the slightest movement. Jiang Tianlin and the others seemed to have forgotten that there was a third-generation disciple in the hall. Therefore, Lu Ping heard many secrets of the cultivation world. After the four of them discussed the countermeasures, Jiang Tianlin looked at Lu Ping who was standing there and said with a smile, is there anything else? Lu Ping thought for a while and said, I don't know if Grandmaster has heard of a demon cultivator in the demon race called AOU. He should be in the late stage of core forging. Hearing the name AOU from Lu Ping, Jiang Tianlin Laozu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Perfected Guo Shenshan was a little surprised, and Perfected Chu Shencheng frowned and asked, Little Lu, where did you hear this name from? Lu Ping then told the four of them about how he sent Lu Dagui to infiltrate the overseas demon races. Other than the identity of Samling Green Sea Snake and the identity of Luan Yu's Wood Luan Bird which were more sensitive, Lu Ping was not afraid of others knowing about his other spirit pets. Maybe Lu Ping could even get credit from the sect for his spirit pets. After a while, Jiang Tianlin Laozu said slowly, after so many years, AOU is also taking the last step. Perfected Guo Shenshan also nodded and said, this person's wisdom is not inferior to senior brother Tianlin and senior sister Tianling. I think the heaven and earth spirit treasure sent by the East Sea demon cultivator is not lower than the mid-grade heaven stage. At this time, Perfected Chu Shencheng said, should we let junior brother Shen Yin know about this? Tianfan Laozu suddenly said, why not? How can this be hidden? Shen Yin reached the golden core before you and Shenshan, but because of what happened in the past, he has been unable to advance to the Dharma form stage. Not only can this not be hidden, but we have to take the initiative to tell him. Lu Ping was confused, but he also knew that this matter was probably related to the secrets of the sect, so he could only stand aside and pretend to be deaf and dumb. Then, he found an excuse and left the Carefree Manor. Not long after Lu Ping left, in the hall of the Carefree Manor, Jiang Tianlin and the others also seemed to fall into silence. After a while, Jiang Tianlin Laozu said to Tianfan Laozu, who was next to him, what do you think, Uncle Master? Tianfan Laozu closed his eyes and no one could tell what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and said, now that the situation between the human and demon races is getting more and more tense, We should not let the matter of Huangli Island happen again. Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled, cupped his hands and said, Uncle Master is wise. In this way, I believe that when Tianling returns, she will not say much. When Tianfan Laozu heard Jiang Tianlin Laozu mention Laozu Liu Tianling, he could not help but rub his eyebrows and say, everyone says that you, Jiang Tianlin, have always been free and unfettered, but when it comes to scheming, who is worse than you? As for Xian Shu, I will naturally mention it, but has Tianling not given up all these years? Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled bitterly and shook his head, not saying anything. Tianfan Laozu said to himself, in this situation, not only does our sect need internal peace, we also need external help. Although the matter back then was Xuanqin's fault, don't you have any responsibility? Although Tianling has such a strong personality, she is very clear about love and hate. Otherwise, even if there were people in the sect who sympathized with Xuanqin, wouldn't they all stand on Tianling's side in the end? Seeing that Jiang Tianlin was still smiling bitterly without saying anything, Tianfan Laozu sighed and said, Xuanqin's talent is not below yours or Tianling's. Before she left the sect, she was already our sect's second alchemy grandmaster. Senior Tianxiang and I both advocated for Xuanqin to return to our sect. However, this matter cannot be bypassed by you and Tianling. The matter back then has always been a knot in Tianling's heart. If it cannot be resolved, even if Xuanqin returns to Tianling Mountain, how will she have the face to establish herself in the sect? After leaving the Carefree clan, Lu Ping returned to the Sound Surf clan to make some preparations. After thinking about it, he took out a sound transmission sword and said something. Then, the sword flew in the direction of his sixth senior sister, Reverend Shen Wei's cave abode. Other than Lu Ping's Sound Surf clan, Tianling Laozu's disciples had all built their cave abodes near Chonghua Manor after they reached core forging. Only Lu Ping's Sound Surf clan was built on the edge of a cliff in Tianling Mountain. He could hear the sound of the waves in the distance, and he did not often stay in his cave abode. On the second day, Lu Ping met up with Reverend Shen Shong, Reverend Shen Lei, Reverend Shen Xing, and Reverend Shen Wei at the entrance of Heaven's Spirit Hall. Through the teleportation formation, they arrived at a place of ice and snow. The moment the five of them left the teleportation formation, they saw a plain-looking cultivator waiting for them in front of the teleportation formation. Chapter 398. Senior Uncle Xian Sen. Lu Ping saw the person in front of him and greeted in surprise. The person in front of him was spiritual master Xian Sen, who had been heavily injured by the demon race 3 years ago and had almost lost all of his cultivation. Because of Lu Ping's spirit water channel nurturing pill, spiritual master Xian Sen had been cultivating in seclusion to recover his cultivation. He didn't expect to see him on Frost Island today. Senior uncle's cultivation has recovered. Spiritual master Xian Sen smiled and said, this time, it really was a blessing in disguise. Thanks to the channel nurturing pill you made, not only did I recover my cultivation, I even managed to reach the 8th level of the core forging realm after consuming senior uncle Fornax's bell cauldron pill. Xian Shong and the others also came forward to congratulate him. Spiritual master Xian Sen smiled and said, come with me. Right now, Frost Island is filled with turbulent undercurrents. I was worried that we wouldn't have enough manpower, so senior brother Tianlin sent you over. Lu Ping and the others followed behind spiritual master Xian Sen and walked towards a camp on the island. Spiritual master Xian Shong and spiritual master Xian Lei were both impatient people. On the way, they asked, senior uncle, how is the situation on the island? Have you found traces of the spirit stone mine? Spiritual master Xian Sen's expression was slightly grave as he said, Frost Island is covered in accumulated ice and snow. The thinnest part is 500 feet from the ground. Also, this ice has accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and its hardness far exceeds imagination. It is extremely difficult to find the spirit stone mine. When spiritual master Xian Sen finished, he turned to spiritual master Shen Wei and said, junior nephew Shen Wei is a formation master in our sect who is second only to junior sister Shen Chen. You are also very skilled in surveying earth veins. This time, junior nephew Shen Wei will have to do more work for the search and fight for the spirit stone mine. We will naturally do our best to help. When he finished, Spiritual Master Shen Sen looked at the others. Lu Ping and the others said in unison, "That is how it should be." Enlightened Master Shen Wei changed his playful personality from before. His expression became somewhat solemn as he pondered. He asked, "Even if it's just a medium-sized spirit stone mine, since all the sects in the North Sea have already come forward and there's even a late-stage core forging cultivator like Martial Uncle guarding it, I believe that all the sects must have had an exchange agreement in private. Why are they acting so jittery now?" Spiritual Master Shen Sen said seriously, "You're right. Just a day ago, a cultivator from the Water Mist Pavilion who is proficient in surveying earth veins discovered a mid-sized spirit vein at the bottom of an ice mountain cliff on Frost Island. The Water Mist Pavilion tried to take it for themselves, but they were discovered by a cultivator from Ling Jiyu sect. In a moment of desperation, the Water Mist Pavilion tried to silence them, but Shen Ling sect interfered. Right now, the 10 great sects are arguing over the ownership of this spirit vein. When Lu Ping, Reverend Shen Shong, and the others heard that a middle-sized spirit vein had actually been discovered on the island, they were all extremely shocked. Only Reverend Shen Wei's frown deepened. He said, "Senior Uncle, we first discovered the traces of a mine, and now we've discovered a spirit vein. This Frost Island might not be peaceful anymore." When Reverend Shen Sen heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He asked, "What do you mean?" Reverend Shen Wei said, "It's extremely rare for a spirit vein and a spirit stone mine to be born at the same time in the cultivation world. Usually, there are only 2 situations. One is that there's only one spirit vein on Frost Island, or there's only one spirit stone mine. 2, if there's really 2 spirit veins existing at the same time, since there's already a middle-sized spirit vein, then the spirit stone mine on Frost Island is either a small one or a large one." Reverend Shen Wei's words caused Reverend Shen Sen, Lu Ping, and the others to be greatly shocked. There were only a few middle-sized spirit stone mines in the entire North Sea, and the reason why the North Sea was known as barren in the cultivation world was because there was not a single large spirit stone mine. If there really was a large spirit stone mine, then everyone could imagine just how big of a wave it would cause in the North Sea. Reverend Shen Sen's expression changed, and he suddenly said, "No wonder Lu Shuheng of Shen Ling sect stood up for Ling Jiyu sect like a madman, and Shui Yang Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect refused to budge even when they joined hands." So these 3 sects had already thought of the large spirit stone mine. Fortunately, I was smart and immediately asked for help from my sect when I felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, I would have really been deceived by these sects this time. Reverend Shen Wei also said anxiously, "The most important thing now is for Senior Uncle to immediately join hands with Chongming sect, Jade Sword sect, and Ocean Flame sect to intervene in the battle between the 2 sects. It's a middle-sized spirit vein after all. Even though that place might not be where the main vein of the spirit stone mine is located, once the 2 veins are born at the same time, there should at least be a spirit stone vein there. We must not let Shen Ling sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and Ocean Flame sect take advantage of us. At the same time, we must try our best to scout out the areas where the spirit stone vein might appear before the other sects, occupy it first, and then slowly excavate it. This way, our sect can first establish an invincible position." Reverend Shen Wei's arrangements were orderly, and Lu Ping and the others were very impressed. Reverend Shen Sen was even more overjoyed. He said, "We will do as junior nephew Shen Wei said. This time, it's all thanks to junior nephew Shen Wei rushing over. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This reverend would no longer have the face to establish a foothold in the sect." After Reverend Shen Sen arranged everyone properly, he contacted the cultivators that Chongming sect, Jade Sword sect, and Ocean Flame sect had sent to Frost Island. They went to the place where Shen Ling sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and Ocean Flame sect were meeting, and forcefully intervened. Although this action greatly displeased Shen Ling sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and Ocean Flame sect, Reverend Shen Sen simply made the matter clear in front of all the sects. The other sects who didn't know the details were greatly shocked. Even Ling Jiyu sect didn't know that Shen Ling sect actually had such a scheme to stand up for them in the name of an alliance. Ling Jiyu sect, Soaring Feather sect, and Ocean Flame sect had always followed Shen Ling sect's lead, but they didn't expect that Xianling sect would abandon their allies and secretly negotiate with Shui Yang Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect for their own benefits. After the incident, although Lu Shuheng tried his best to defend himself, and the three allies quickly came to an understanding, Xianling sect's actions had already planted the seeds of dissension in Ling Jiyu sect. While the sects were beginning a new round of wrangling, Lu Ping and the other four were secretly scouting the areas where spirit stone veins might exist on Frost Island in the name of patrolling the island. However, the area of Frost Island was equivalent to a medium-sized island, and the island was also covered by solid ice that was hundreds of feet tall. To avoid attracting the attention of other sects, the group was very careful when they helped Reverend Shen Wei scout the area. Reverend Shen Wei had been secretly scouting for most of the day, but he could only confirm that there was a high possibility that there was a spirit stone vein in one of the ice valleys. As for whether it was a main vein or a branch vein, he didn't know. Reverend Shen Shong volunteered to stay behind and guard this ice valley while the other four searched in other directions. However, Lu Ping and the others had still underestimated the vigilance of the sects. Once Reverend Shen Sen made it clear that there might be a large spirit stone vein on the island, the sects had already increased their vigilance in secret. At the same time, they started reporting to their sects and asking for reinforcements. Junling's group of four naturally stood out too much when they patrolled the island in this world of ice and snow where there were few people. When they saw that the number of people patrolling the island first increased from 5 to 4, and then from 4 to 3, there was no way the sects would not think that Junling had his own wishful thinking. Hence, they all sent cultivators to seize the areas where spirit stone veins might appear on Frost Island. Xianling sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and Ocean Flame sect were the first to notice that there might be a large spirit stone vein on the island. Then, as if they were on the verge of breaking out into a fight, they sent people from their sects to make preparations to seize the large spirit stone vein that might exist on Frost Island. However, in order to hide it from the other sects, the three sects did not conduct any large-scale surveys after sending their cultivators over. As a result, after Junling saw through the three sects' scheme and directly began to survey the spirit stone vein, the three sects' progress in surveying the spirit vein was actually behind Junling's. One day later, 9 core forging cultivators from Junling and his allies, Chongming sect, Jade Sword sect, and Kanghai sect, arrived. Accompanying them were more than 100 low-level cultivators from the 4 sects. Among the 9 core forging cultivators, there were 3 each from Chongming, Jade Sword, and Kanghai. However, Junling did not send any more core forging cultivators. It was obvious that this was an unspoken rule among the sects of the North Sea. However, Junling sent 4 teams of Blood Condensation Realm disciples and 6 teams of Blood Refining Realm disciples. The rest of the low-level cultivators came from the other 3 sects. In the Blood Condensation Realm, Junling's teams were usually led by a late Blood Condensation Realm cultivator, 2 mid-Blood Condensation Realm cultivators, and 3 early Blood Condensation Realm cultivators. The Blood Refining Realm teams, on the other hand, had to be at least at the late Blood Refining Realm. After the low-level cultivators arrived, Junling took the lead and started mining the areas that they had already surveyed. The other 3 sects also occupied some of the areas that they might be able to mine. Although the low-level cultivators from Xianling sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and Hai Yang sect had not arrived yet, they had already occupied a few areas. However, their manpower was limited, so they could only watch as Junling took over the areas that they had their eyes on. Another day later, the cultivators from the other sects also arrived and joined in the division of the Frost Island. In a short period of time, the Frost Island, which was the size of a medium-sized island, had accommodated 46 core forging realm cultivators. The other 3 blood condensation and blood refining realm cultivators who were used to mine the ice made up more than 300. The Frost Island, which had always been deserted, suddenly became a boiling cauldron of voices. On the 3rd day, the cultivators from the other sects finally came to a compromise. They divided the medium-sized spirit vein they found at the bottom of the ice cliff into 10 small spirit veins. Each sect would share the profits equally. The 2 small spirit gathering pearls that were found in this medium-sized spirit vein that had been nurtured for an unknown number of years belonged to Shui Yang Pavilion and Ling Jiyu sect. The 3 small spirit gathering pearls went to Zhenling sect, Xianling sect, and Haiyang sect. At the same time, the formation masters from each sect who were surveying the spirit veins worked together to search for the possible main vein of the spirit stone mine. Daoist master Xian Wei had no choice but to end his exploration journey. In this short period of 2 days, he had already explored 3 areas that were highly likely to have spirit stone veins. It was just that because of the thick layer of ice and snow on the surface, the low-level cultivators who came to mine had yet to excavate the spirit stone veins. In fact, Lu Ping was also helpless. After hearing about the medium-sized spirit vein at the bottom of the ice cliff, Lu Ping thought of the spirit-gathering pearls. The Frost Island was located alone in the northernmost sea of the North Sea. This spirit vein had been nurtured for an unknown number of years, so a spirit-gathering pearl must have been condensed within it. However, even though De Bao's earth escape technique was unparalleled, he did not know how to use ice escape. Thus, he could not pass through the thick ice and reach the spirit vein. In addition, the cultivators guarding the bottom of the ice cliff were all late-stage core forging cultivators like spiritual master Shen Senator. Thus, Lu Ping did not dare to let De Bao take this risk. However, after the cultivators from the various sects gathered at the bottom of the ice cliff to survey the spirit stone mine, the surveying of the other areas of the Frost Island slowed down. Although the Frost Island had already been divided up by the various sects, that was only in the areas that might have spirit stone mines. The entire Frost Island had a circumference of more than 200 kilometers. It was not something that could be completely occupied by a few hundred people. On the 4th day, a shining sound transmission magic sword flew out from the bottom of the ice cliff. Lu Ping's heart trembled. As expected, a sound transmission talisman from spiritual master Xian Sen arrived in front of him. Lu Ping reached out his hand to receive it. There was only one sentence on it: the main vein of a large-scale spirit stone mine has been discovered. Be alert to the various sects. Our sect will send Dharma form Laozu over. Chapter 399. The discovery of a large spirit mine had obviously attracted the attention of the sects in the North Sea. The intervention of Fa Xiong Laozu was proof of that. At this time, the cultivators from the various sects who were proficient in surveying had gathered at the bottom of the ice cliff. After discovering the main vein of the spirit stone mine, these cultivators had to estimate the approximate output of the spirit stone mine, arrange formations, seal the spirit stone mine, and so on. They even found a vein of spirit material of ice attribute in the layer of ice that covered the spirit stone mine. They seemed to be even busier than before they discovered the spirit stone mine. Due to the arrival of the low-level Zhonling cultivators, the area that Lu Ping was guarding was handed over to these cultivators to excavate. Therefore, the free Lu Ping began to wander around the Frost Island. Looking at the sky full of ice and snow, Lu Ping regretted not bringing Samling. At least, he should have brought Lu Ling. Lu Ling was an ice attribute green sea snake. She would be like a fish in water in this place, and it would be easier for him to survey the Frost Island. Unfortunately, Samling was in the crucial period of breaking through to the core forging realm. Lu Ping had placed Samling in the Golden House for seclusion. However, the snow and ice weren't too difficult for Lu Ping. Water was the mother of all ice. Although the snow and ice weren't as advantageous to Lu Ping as cultivators who cultivated ice elemental spells, it was still of some help to him. But in the end, it was still not as convenient as cultivators who cultivated ice elemental spells. Actually, there were many high-level cultivators from the various sects who had the same idea as Lu Ping. The sky above the Frost Island was filled with all kinds of lights. However, the late-stage core forging enlightened masters of the various sects had to guard the bottom of the ice cliff. As for the middle-stage core forging cultivators, even if some of them cultivated ice attribute spells, Lu Ping was confident that he would not be much weaker than them. Lu Ping came to the back cliff of an ice mountain. Due to the terrain, this place might be closer to the ground. Lu Ping landed at the bottom of the cliff and spread his divine sense in all directions. Then, he put his hands together and slowly opened them towards the layer of ice on the ground. A layer of blue light appeared on Lu Ping's slowly opened hands. As Lu Ping slowly opened his hands, the layer of ice on the ground began to creak. At the same time, the sound of ice cracking could be heard. The layer of ice under Lu Ping's feet began to slowly close up, as if no one had ever been here before. As Lu Ping slowly opened his hands, the layer of ice on the ground began to creak. At the same time, there were cracking sounds of ice cracking. Then, the ice under Lu Ping's feet began to slowly close up, as if no one had been here before. In the ice cave, as Lu Ping moved forward, the blue light in his hands grew brighter and brighter. The ice wall in front of him also began to crack diagonally downwards. Lu Ping shook the spirit beast pouch on his waist, and a big fat rat sneakily appeared behind Lu Ping. However, it immediately shivered due to the bone-chilling cold in the ice cave. Seeing that Dabao was so weak, Lu Ping could only shake his head. He stretched out his hand and flicked out a flame. The flame floated above Dabao's head, and a warm aura instantly filled the ice cave. The surrounding ice showed faint signs of melting. With the protection of the flame, Dabao immediately became spirited, and his previous quick-wittedness returned. Without waiting for Lu Ping's instructions, he began to jump up and down the ice cave that Lu Ping had opened up in an attempt to discover something. As Lu Ping ventured deeper into the ice layer, the ice that had accumulated for thousands of years began to emit a faint blue light. It gradually condensed into spiritual materials similar to the ice jade that could be used to forge magic tools. However, most of these spiritual materials were not of high quality, and they could only be used to forge magic tools of low grade. Moreover, they were extremely rare, so Lu Ping was too lazy to collect them. Thus, all of them fell into Dabao's hands. Lu Ping tied a storage pouch around Dabao's neck, allowing him to collect whatever he wanted. Dabao was now a late blood condensation realm demonic beast. Furthermore, he was extremely stingy. As long as he saw something that emitted spiritual energy, he would put it into his storage pouch regardless of whether it was useful or not. Therefore, the storage pouch that Lu Ping gave to Dabao was a very expensive one. At this time, Lu Ping had already ventured nearly 300 feet into the ice layer. It was getting increasingly difficult to continue digging the ice cave. Even though Lu Ping's cultivation was far superior to other cultivators in the same realm, and he cultivated a water attribute cultivation technique, the consumption of his true essence still left Lu Ping feeling exhausted. However, the deeper the layer of ice was, the more ancient it was. After accumulating for many years, many layers of ice had mutated and began to condense into various ice-attributed spiritual materials such as icy jade, icy crystal, icy steel, icy stone, icy liquid, and so on. Their quality was also getting higher and higher. Some spiritual materials could not only be used to refine mid-grade magic tools, but also high-grade magic tools. When Lu Ping was 40 feet deep into the ice layer, Dabao had also changed his previous attitude of not caring about the good and the bad. Instead, he became more proactive. From time to time, with Lu Ping's help, he would dig out pieces of crystal-clear ice stones and ice diamond-like spiritual materials. Although these spiritual materials were scattered everywhere, their density was much better than the shallow ice layer. At least for a blood condensation realm cultivator, such a harvest was already a windfall. However, for a blood condensation realm cultivator like Lu Ping, these spiritual materials were not even as valuable as a heaven and earth spirit item. Lu Ping was shocked. Since large spirit stone veins had been discovered in this place, and there was also the existence of a middle-grade spirit vein, then after tens of thousands of years of being covered in ice and snow, the accumulated spiritual energy would not be able to dissipate and would accumulate in the ice and snow. This would definitely cause the ice and snow to mutate and produce many ice-attributed spiritual materials. The reason why Daoist Master Shenwei and the other cultivators who were proficient in mineral veins still gathered at the bottom of the ice cliff even though they had confirmed the existence of a large spirit stone vein was obviously because other than the spirit stone vein, there was also a spirit stone vein of various ice-attributed spiritual materials. At this moment, the cultivators from the various sects had temporarily put aside the matter of the spirit stone vein and waited for the Fa Xiong Laozu to come and discuss it. Then, they focused all their attention on the mutated ice-attributed spiritual material vein at the bottom of the ice cliff. Because it was a companion, it was difficult for the various sects to determine its value. Perhaps it was only the smallest branch of the ice vein, but the quality of the spiritual material contained in it could be a second-grade mutated spiritual material that could be used to refine magic weapons, and the vein that produced the most ores could only be used to refine some low-grade magic weapons. Although Lu Ping was going all the way down in the ice layer, under De Bao's urging, he had already deviated from his original track. His direction was still diagonally downward, but he had already made several turns. Seeing De Bao jumping up and down to collect more and more spiritual materials into the storage pouch on his neck, Lu Ping finally realized that under De Bao's lead, he seemed to have opened up the ice cave above an ice-attributed spiritual material vein, and the formation of this kind of pure ice-attributed spiritual material vein depended more on the underground spirit stone vein and the accumulation of nourishment over the years. In order to deliberately avoid other people's detection, Lu Ping came to the edge of Frost Island, which was very far from the bottom of the ice cliff, to investigate. He was sure that the vein he encountered at this time was definitely not the one at the bottom of the ice cliff, so there was only one possibility for the appearance of this ice vein. There was also a spirit stone vein or a spirit stone vein under this ice surface. Lu Ping suppressed his excitement. Because Lu Ping's ice cave did not directly connect to the ground, it was quite strenuous for him to circulate his own true essence to open it for a long period of time, even with his thick true essence. After calculating the time, Lu Ping finally realized that more than half a day had passed. The Fa Xiong of his sect and other sects, Laozu, might soon arrive at Frost Island to distribute the mining shares of the large spirit stone mine at the bottom of the ice cliff. If he was not present at that time, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. But when Lu Ping saw that the ice cave he had opened was only a few dozen meters away from the ground and the ice attribute spirit materials that were embedded in the layer of ice, Lu Ping took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and poured out a dark blue pill that looked like a water ball. It was a pill that Lu Ping had refined using the spirit water pill nurturing art, a pill that could quickly recover one's true essence. Lu Ping swallowed this precious pill without thinking. This was a new type of pill that Lu Ping had recently come up with. It could refine and recover more true essence in a shorter period of time. Of course, because Lu Ping had not fully grasped the process of refining this pill, the success rate was extremely low. As a result, it was also very valuable. Originally, Lu Ping had been saving it for a critical moment, but now he could not care so much. At this time, Lu Ping's own consciousness was affected by the layer of ice. The deeper he went, the less effective it would be. He could only rely on De Bao's own talent to guide the direction of the excavation. However, when there was only the last 15 meters from the ground, Lu Ping's hands that had been wrapped in a dense blue light suddenly shook violently. The ice cave in front of him that had been on the verge of cracking also stopped. Lu Ping's face turned cold, and then he revealed a trace of joy. An even richer blue light than before spat out from his hands. With a burst of peng-peng sounds, the ice wall at the bottom of the ice cave finally cracked open under Lu Ping's tyrannical methods. The ice cave that had already been opened behind Lu Ping began to shake as the bottom of the ice cave cracked open, as if it would collapse at any time. Cracks appeared on the already broken ice wall. The timid De Bao had already laid down behind Lu Ping, not daring to move. Lu Ping did not seem to care about everything behind him. His eyes were staring at the bottom of the ice cave that was cracking open. Suddenly, a black mist suddenly sprayed out from the cracks, and instantly spread towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping was surprised at first, and then as if he had found some treasure, he showed a happy expression and said, "It's actually mystical ice fiend." Lu Ping's body shook, and a blue protective aura spread out around Lu Ping, blocking the black mystical ice fiend outside of the water curtain true aura. A layer of black mystical ice quickly covered Lu Ping's protective aura, forming a huge black ice ball. After the black mystical ice fiend was spat out, the ice cave behind Lu Ping, which seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, suddenly stopped. At the same time, after the mystical ice fiend swept through the cracks, it immediately solidified again, and was even stronger than before. The mystic ice fiend was an extraordinary item that was stronger than the frost true water that Lu Ping had seen before. Although both were pure ice attribute extraordinary items, the difference was that the frost true water was in the form of a liquid, while the mystic ice fiend was in the form of a black mist. Both of them didn't appear in the form of ice. Chapter 400. Lu Ping, who was frozen into a black ice ball by the obsidian ice fiend, carefully felt the power of the obsidian ice fiend trying to invade his Jin Yuan through the protective Gang Qi. The faint bone-piercing chill surprised Lu Ping. It was indeed a heaven and earth mysterious object that was more powerful than the true ice water. If it was used by a cultivator who practiced ice attribute incantations to condense the protective Gang Qi, the Gang Qi formed would not be inferior to the myriad poison meteorite evil Qi that Lu Ping used before. Lu Ping's mind stirred and a surge of blue true essence suddenly vibrated on the protective aura barrier. The black ice ball that was as hard as a 1,000-year-old ice ball instantly shattered into pieces. It was a pity that Lu Ping could not use this good obsidian ice fiend to fuse with the 6th layer of protective Gang Qi because of his cultivation method. However, Lu Ping took out the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. The only ice attribute heaven and earth mysterious object collected in the Thunder Calabash was a white ice mist. If it was added with the obsidian ice fiend, its power would naturally be better. Looking at the wisps of black mist spewing out from the ice wall in front of him, Lu Ping made up his mind and wrapped himself in the water curtain true aura again. With a slash of the golden scale sword, the thick obsidian ice fiend surged toward Lu Ping like a torrent bursting out of a dam. Even though Lu Ping had a clear understanding of the obsidian ice fiend before, such a thick obsidian ice fiend still made Lu Ping's face change slightly. He stretched out his hand and pointed backward. An ice wall suddenly appeared in the ice tunnel that Lu Ping had opened up. While sealing the tunnel, it also sealed the obsidian ice fiend and Lu Ping himself in this small space. Lu Ping's face was solemn. The 7 treasures Thunder Calabash was suspended in front of him. As soon as the mouth of the calabash was opened, a strange suction force continuously attracted the surrounding obsidian ice fiend into the Thunder Calabash. As the lightning gourd absorbed more and more black ice fiend, the originally golden gourd itself seemed to be stained with a layer of faint black crystal color. The 7 treasures Thunder Calabash didn't just need to absorb the heaven and earth treasures to immediately increase its power. It also needed Lu Ping to nurture it with his true essence. Only then would the Thunder Calabash be able to fuse with the heaven and earth treasures. Originally, Lu Ping didn't care about the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. Although it was stored in his core space because of its preciousness, but because of the existence of the Genshen bead, Lu Ping didn't have any extra true essence to nurture the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. However, after Lu Ping advanced to the mid-core forging realm, because of the profound essence heavy water, Lu Ping's true essence that had always been lacking suddenly skyrocketed several times. With extra true essence, it would seem too wasteful if he didn't use it to nurture the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. The 7 treasures Thunder Calabash swallowed like a whale, causing the black ice fiend in the sealed ice space to visibly thin. Lu Ping thought for a moment and sealed a jade crystal bottle with his own true essence. Then, he sacrificed it in front of his chest and casted a few techniques. A blue true essence formed a small true essence vortex at the mouth of the jade crystal bottle, washing away the black ice fiend in the ice cave. In this way, after Lu Ping filled the jade crystal bottle again, Lu Ping spread out his divine sense. He found that after working for a long time, the black ice fiend in the entire ice space had thinned by only a third. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said to himself, "Forget it, it's not that I didn't take enough, but the black ice fiend here is too much. The remaining black ice fiend should be left for the sect to contribute. In any case, it seems that there is an ice attribute spiritual material mine here. Sooner or later, it will have to be handed over to the sect. Rather than letting the sect find out, it's better to take the initiative and be happy. I just don't know which Laozu the sect will send this time." After saying that, Lu Ping was surprised to find that out of the 8 Dharma phase Laozu of the sect, he had already seen 6 of them. Only Tian Fan Laozu's Dao companion, Tian Shui Laozu, and Tian Kang Laozu were left. Lu Ping looked at the black ice space that he had split open. Lu Ping chuckled and said, "I want to see what's so special about this black ice space that can seal the black ice fiend." Originally, the black ice fiend was wrapped in a thick layer of black ice ball. This 1,000-year black ice, which could be called a top spiritual material, had now been split by a third of the ball by Lu Ping. Lu Ping passed through the black ice fiend that was still very thick and came to this broken black ice ball that was actually only the height of a person. Other than the black ice ball wall that was faintly emitting a dark blue light, there was nothing special about it. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He casually picked up a piece of black ice fiend that he had split open on the ground. Only then did he see that De Bao was following closely behind Lu Ping and was continuously pulling the broken black ice fiend into his storage bag. Lu Ping's expression was startled. Only then did he remember that if De Bao hadn't been following closely behind him, he would have already become an ice sculpture under the impact of the black ice fiend. But how could the black ice that was so treasured and valued by De Bao be ordinary? Lu Ping picked up the black ice in his hand and squeezed it hard. Only then did he realize that the texture of this black ice fiend was actually so hard. Just now, when Lu Ping discovered the situation of the black ice fiend, because of the joy in his heart, he did not pay attention to this when he split the black ice ball with his sword. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes. The corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a joyful expression, and then he chuckled lightly. This black ice was actually a variant spiritual material. What did a top-grade variant spiritual material mean? The black ice fiend was a heaven and earth oddity. Naturally, it could not cause a top-grade spiritual material to mutate. Then the only reason why such a big black ice ball could become a second-grade variant spiritual material was because there was an ice attribute heaven and earth spirit object here. Heaven and earth oddity. Lu Ping split the whole black ice ball into pieces, and then carefully examined the broken black ice. Finally, he found a piece that looked exactly the same as the other 1,000-year black ice. Cold ice essence, it really was this kind of thing. As expected, Lu Ping smiled. Then, he took out a jade essence box and put this mystic middle-grade heaven and earth spirit object into it. Then, his finger drew a series of complicated patterns in the air, and blue true yuan condensed into a talisman in the air. Condensing talisman in the air. Lu Ping casually patted the jade essence box, and the spirit sealing talisman formed by true yuan was imprinted on the jade essence box. As for the broken 1,000-year black ice ball, Lu Ping thought about it and decided to keep it all. If he kept it, it would inevitably let people know that he had obtained a heaven and earth spirit object. With Lu Ping's current status, if he was not willing to hand it over, the sect naturally would not force him. But in the end, it was better to avoid trouble. Just as Lu Ping was about to continue exploring the ice layer, suddenly, there was a burst of rumbling sound. Lu Ping was startled. At this time, Lu Ping was dozens of feet deep at the bottom of the ice layer, and his divine sense was greatly restricted. Naturally, he did not know what was happening. But from the cracks on the ice walls on both sides of the ice tunnel that Lu Ping had opened up, it was obvious that the power of the vibration was extremely strong. If it was not an earthquake, then it was a battle between high-level cultivators. Thinking of this, Lu Ping did not have the mood to search for treasures anymore. In any case, he was the only one who had discovered this place. Now, he could only wait for the sect's Fa Xiong, Laozu, to come and then find time to explore. Lu Ping returned to the ice wall that was used to seal the black ice fiend. Then, with a wave of his hands, the black ice fiend at the bottom of the ice tunnel was immediately pushed back dozens of feet by Lu Ping. Lu Ping seized the opportunity and sealed another ice wall in front of him, blocking the black ice fiend inside. Then, he shattered the ice wall behind him, turned around, and returned through the ice tunnel. When Lu Ping jumped out of the ice surface, he realized that the entire Frost Island was already immersed in the deafening roars of spells. The entire Frost Island seemed to be shaking, and a small snowy mountain not far away even had an avalanche. The spirit energy floating in the air was vibrating intensely. This was not a simple battle between high-level cultivators. This was a chaotic battle between a group of high-level cultivators. Lu Ping was shocked. Although there were countless questions in his mind, he did not have the time to think too much at this moment. A blue light flashed under his feet, and the escape technique that was fused with the art of sea deception was activated. It seemed as if countless figures of Lu Ping suddenly appeared in the sky. As the figures gradually faded, Lu Ping had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the bottom of the ice cliff had become the battlefield of the 10 great sects of the North Sea. When Lu Ping arrived, he saw that Zhenling's side seemed to be suffering from the joint attack of Xianling sect, Shuai Yang Pavilion, and High Yang sect. At the deeper side of the ice cliff, spiritual master Shen Sen and 10 other late-stage core forging cultivators seemed to be in a confrontation. Although Lu Ping was puzzled as to why his sect would be jointly attacked by Shen Ling sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and Hai Yang sect, he did not have the time to think too much at this moment. The golden scale sword swept across the sky, and Lu Ping attacked with all his strength. The true origin sword art was like a huge golden sword that reached the sky, slashing towards the people in the middle of the chaotic battle. The power of Lu Ping's sword strike with all his strength was unimaginable among cultivators of the same level. Even the 10 late-stage core forging cultivators who were in a confrontation changed their expressions when they saw this sword strike. No. This is bad. Stop. For a moment, whether it was the people in the middle of the chaotic battle or the cultivators in a confrontation, whether it was the cultivators from Junling's side or the cultivators from the other side, all of them shouted loudly at Lu Ping. However, it was already too late. Seeing the sword light slashing down from the sky, no one in the chaotic battle made a move to stop it, and all of them dodged to the side. The sword light instantly sank into the ice and snow at the bottom of the cliff, and only a loud explosion was heard. It was as if Lu Ping's sword had cut something into pieces. Then, several rays of light rushed out from the ice and flew towards the surroundings of Frost Island. After the rays of light broke through the ice, the 10 late-stage core forging cultivators who had been in a stalemate seemed to have lit the fuse, and they all began to fight for the treasures. By the time the other cultivators below reacted, there was no room for them to intervene in the battle in the sky. Chapter 401. Every time a medium-sized spirit mine or spirit vein or above was discovered by a cultivator, it would be accompanied by a harvest of natural spirit items and natural oddities. Although spirit items and natural oddities were naturally formed by nature, spirit mines and spirit veins were places where the essence of the world gathered. Naturally, it was easier for these natural treasures to be born. After the cultivators of the various sects on Frost Island confirmed that the main spirit or vein at the bottom of the ice cliff was a large spirit or vein, in addition to the mid-sized spirit or vein that they had discovered earlier, spiritual master Shen Sen and the other cultivators of the various sects had already realized that there would be quite a number of spirit items and wondrous items that would appear this time. Other than ascertaining the distribution of the spirit or vein, the other important reason that the various sects had sent their Dharma adepts here was to deal with the possible appearance of these spirit items and wondrous items. However, what Daoist Master Shen Sen and the other late core forging cultivators didn't expect was that in just a short 3 to 4 days, the cultivators from the various sects were able to easily find 3 types of heaven and earth spirit treasures and 3 types of heaven and earth oddities. Because the sects hadn't come to a compromise on the distribution of these natural treasures, these natural treasures were placed together in a formation that was jointly set up by the formation masters of each sect. They were waiting for Lao Tzu to come and discuss the ownership of these treasures. Although the formation was stable, more importantly, the formation masters from the other sects would be able to sense it immediately if one of the sects intended to lay their hands on the treasures. As a result, even though the sects coveted the treasures, they were afraid of being attacked by the other sects. But today, among the 3 cultivators guarding these treasures, the cultivators of Ocean Flame sect and Kang Lang sect had died without a sound. Then, the formation guarding the treasures was triggered, and cultivators from all sects rushed to the scene. All voices of blame were directed at the only survivor, spiritual master Junling, who didn't know what had happened to him. Naturally, Junling argued for what was right. However, due to the crowd's agitation and Shen Ling sect's malicious provocation, the Water Mist Pavilion and Ocean Flame sect joined forces with Shen Ling sect to attack Junling's side. However, spiritual master Shen Sen and the other late-stage core forging cultivators had already noticed that something was wrong. With spiritual master Shen Xing's cultivation, it was obvious that he couldn't kill 2 cultivators of the same level from Ocean Flame sect and Kang Lang sect without a sound. Therefore, the late-stage core forging cultivators of each sect didn't participate in the chaotic battle. Instead, they hovered in midair and faced each other. However, at this moment, Lu Ping, who had hurriedly returned, saw that the cultivators of his sect were being surrounded and were at a disadvantage. Without a second thought, he slashed out with his sword. Because Lu Ping had used all his strength in a moment of desperation, the power of this slash caused many cultivators to turn pale. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to dodge it in time. However, they didn't expect that dodging would expose the formation guarding the treasures at the bottom of the ice cliff. The power of Lu Ping's sword was so great that even though the formation was sturdy, it was still broken by Lu Ping's sword. By the time everyone realized that something was wrong, the 3 natural treasures and 3 natural oddities were stimulated by the destruction of the formation and flew in different directions. The 10 late-stage core forging cultivators who were facing each other in the sky immediately chased after the 6 treasures. Facing the treasures that were right in front of them, the 10 spiritual masters who were facing each other earlier all made a move to snatch them. Spiritual Master Xian Sen was still calm. The moment the treasures broke out of the formation, he hurriedly ordered the late-stage core forging cultivators of Kang Lang sect, Jade Sword sect, and Chong Ming sect to form groups of 2 and each snatch 1 treasure. Although only 2 out of the 6 treasures could be snatched, with 2 late-stage core forging cultivators working together, the others couldn't compete with them in a short time. They could only watch as Junling's group snatched 2 treasures first. The 6 late-stage core forging cultivators from Xianling sect, Shuiyang Pavilion, and Haiyang sect fought for the remaining 4 treasures. At first, Lu Shuheng also wanted to act like spiritual master Xian Sen and snatch 2 treasures first before fighting for the remaining treasures. But before he could say anything, the late-stage core forging cultivator of Lingjiyu sect behind him made a move first and snatched one of the treasures from the Shuiyang Pavilion's cultivators. Lu Shuheng was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only join in the fight for treasures. The late-stage core forging cultivator of Shuiyang Pavilion, spiritual master Shui Wuhuan, cultivated an ice attribute magic art. On this frost island, she was like a fish in water. When the treasures flew out, one of the treasures flew directly towards spiritual master Shui Wuhuan. Spiritual master used her faster ice walking art to snatch the treasure first. She didn't even have the time to check what the treasure in her hand was before she flew towards another treasure. At this time, the late-stage core forging cultivator of Lingjiyu sect had also caught up. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan smiled disdainfully. On this frost island, she had the confidence to defeat any cultivator of the same level. As expected, the Lingjiyu sect's cultivator was forced to pause by spiritual master Shui Wuhuan's small sacred art. In a battle between experts, it was this short pause that allowed spiritual master Shui Wuhuan to leave him far behind. Just when spiritual master Shui Wuhuan turned around to collect her second treasure, she saw a golden longsword had already crossed the treasures flying in front of her and slashed towards her head. Lu Ping also didn't expect that the sword slash just now would cause such a big mess. For a moment, the core forging cultivators at the bottom of the cliff all stopped fighting, but the 10 late-stage core forging cultivators in the sky were fighting together for the treasures in the sky. In reality, Lu Ping's luck was pretty good. Among the 6 treasures that flew out, one of them was flying towards his direction. Lu Ping naturally wanted to take this treasure for himself. However, at this time, a female cultivator dressed in Shuiyang Pavilion's attire also chased after this treasure and was about to take it in her hands. Lu Ping clearly saw that this was a late-stage core forging cultivator, and just now, she had forced a cultivator of the same level from Lingjiyu sect to retreat with just one move. However, at this time, Lu Ping was also unwilling to let the treasure that was so close to him be snatched away by someone else. It wasn't impossible for Lu Ping to snatch this treasure, but the key was that after he snatched it, he would have to face the pursuit of a late-stage core forging cultivator. Lu Ping didn't know if he had the strength to fight against a late-stage core forging cultivator. Not to mention, this female spiritual master was able to force a cultivator of the same level from Lingjiyu sect to retreat with just one move. It was clear that her cultivation wasn't ordinary. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ping's mind. The golden scale sword in his hand had already passed the flying treasure and stabbed towards the female cultivator from Lingjiyu sect behind him. He who strikes first has the advantage. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan didn't expect that this Junling cultivator in the middle stage core forging cultivator would actually dare to attack her. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan stretched out her hand and shook it. A layer of gauze and fog wrapped around the golden scale sword that was stabbing towards her. Lu Ping felt as though the golden scale sword had fallen into a thick layer of silk that couldn't be cut through. Although the golden scale sword cut through layer after layer, the tough silk would wrap around it again at an even faster speed. Every time the golden scale sword pierced through a layer of gauze, its speed would be slowed down and its power would naturally be weakened. Lu Ping's heart went cold. If this continued, wouldn't the golden scale sword be snatched away by the person in front of him? A late-stage core forging cultivator was indeed powerful. Just a casual attack had such power. However, at this moment, Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan was even more surprised than Lu Ping. She didn't expect that this Junling cultivator in front of her would actually have such tyrannical swordsmanship. This Shuiyang Musha was a spiritual magic treasure that Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan had meticulously refined. It was the best at both offense and defense and was good at snatching other people's magic treasures. She didn't expect that the sword of this Junling cultivator in front of her would actually be so powerful. She faintly felt that she wouldn't be able to block it. How was this possible? The Shuiyang Musha wasn't pierced through, so it could continuously weaken the magic treasures that were attacking it. If it was pierced through, this spiritual magic treasure would become useless. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan was finally blocked by Lu Ping's sword. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of white mist towards the Shuiyang Musha. The Shuiyang Musha, which was swaying and dancing around the golden scale sword, was suddenly covered with a faint layer of white mist. Lu Ping took advantage of the moment when Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan was blocked by the golden scale sword to catch the oncoming treasure light in his hand. Only then did he feel a feeling of true essence being frozen coming from the golden scale sword. When he looked up, he saw that the Shuiyang Musha that was wrapped around the golden scale sword was covered with a thin layer of white mist. An icy cold chi was being emitted from the white mist. Not only was the true essence on the golden scale sword frozen, but it also seemed like the divine sense that was connected to the golden scale sword was also frozen. Lu Ping's expression changed slightly. He suddenly stretched out his finger and made a slash in the air. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan exclaimed in surprise. Her figure flashed and disappeared. A faint blue sword light pierced through the air where she was just standing. Lu Ping took advantage of this opportunity to use the golden scale sword to break free from the Shuiyang Musha. In the air more than 10 feet away from Lu Ping, Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan reappeared. She looked at Lu Ping and said, "You are Junling's Lu Shenping?" Lu Ping didn't answer. When the nether water sword stabbed forward, he stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air. The seemingly soft Shuiyang Musha suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to break out of it. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan's expression changed. She was about to block it, but it was already too late. Although the golden scale sword didn't pierce through the Shuiyang Musha, Lu Ping managed to break free with the support of his vigorous true essence. Lu Ping secretly thought that it was a close call. There was a huge gap between a late-core forging cultivator and a mid-core forging cultivator. If it was any other cultivator, Lu Ping's spiritual flying sword would have been taken away by Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan. Lu Ping had just put away the golden scale sword when Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan attacked again. Lu Ping unexpectedly saw a faint trace of excitement on this spiritual master's face. Lu Ping didn't know that his reputation in the North Sea had become so great that people considered him the most outstanding cultivator of the younger generation of Junling. He was Junling's most likely disciple to reach the Dharma phase in the future. In the eyes of the cultivators of the other sects, Lu Ping had become a potential threat to the status of the other sects in the future. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. After Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan confirmed that the person in front of him was Lu Ping, he had made up his mind to eliminate Junling, the future Dharma phase Laozu, as a potential threat. Lu Ping had just fought with Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan for a short while. He had already realized that his current strength wasn't enough to compete with the senior late-core forging cultivators of the various sects. So, after obtaining the treasure, he flew towards the area where Junling's group was located. Chapter 402. Just as Lu Ping was retreating towards Zhenling's direction, Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan had already caught up to him. When Spiritual Master Shen Sen saw Lu Ping retreating towards him, he immediately realized that the situation was not good and hurriedly flew over to help Lu Ping. However, at this moment, it was as if Shenling sect and Hai Yang sect had a tacit understanding. They attacked Enlightened Master Shen Sen at the same time. Clearly, the late core forging Enlightened Masters from the various sects had already seen through Enlightened Master Shui Wuhuan's plan. And after Lu Ping snatched the treasure from Enlightened Master Shui Wuhuan's hands, it gave Enlightened Master Shui Wuhuan a reason to kill him. Lu Ping, who was retreating, felt a great sense of danger in his heart. A cold chill was heading towards Lu Ping's back. Although the Frost Island was bitterly cold, this kind of cold was like child's play to a cultivator like Lu Ping. Something that could really make Lu Ping feel a chill was really a fatal threat. The profound ice fiend that Lu Ping had just encountered was not even worth mentioning compared to this chill behind him. The water curtain Tru Kang instantly propped up. By the time Lu Ping turned around, 5 layers of blue water curtain Tru Kang had blocked a cloud of white mist outside. However, the layer of Tru Kang that came into contact with the mist creaked as if it would freeze and crack at any time. The cold chill from the water curtain Tru Kang made Lu Ping shiver uncontrollably. Lu Ping recognized that this cloud of mist was the cold mist that Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan had spat out when he tried to freeze the golden scale sword through the water mist. However, the current cold mist was much bigger than the previous one, and its power was also several times stronger. The cold from the water curtain Tru Kang was getting colder and colder as it tried to invade Lu Ping's body and freeze his true essence. Lu Ping's true essence circulated rapidly in his body, but he found that although Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan's cold qi made Lu Ping's face turn pale, it did not affect the circulation of his true essence. Naturally, it would not cause any harm to Lu Ping. Lu Ping instantly understood the reason. Obviously, the quality of the cold mist cultivated by Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan could not be compared to Lu Ping's true essence that was refined from the heaven-tier profound heavy water. Lu Ping calmed down and endured the discomfort brought by the cold. He raised his hand and controlled the golden scale sword to unleash a sword technique torrent, intending to disperse the cold mist. However, he saw Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan once again coiling the water mist into a ball and flying towards the golden scale sword. Lu Ping knew that the reason why Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan was able to restrain his sword technique was not because her sword technique was too weak, but because the difference in cultivation level between Lu Ping and her was too great. From Lu Ping's point of view, this Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan was at least at the same level as Spiritual Master Shen Senator. Moreover, with the geographical advantage of Frost Island, her chances of winning were even higher than Spiritual Master Shen Sen's. If Lu Ping's cultivation had also reached the late stage of core forging, Lu Ping was confident that he could tear this annoying ball of mist into pieces with a single slash. However, he was now under the eaves. Lu Ping could only use the golden scale sword to avoid the water mist, and the sword technique torrent was easily broken by Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan. Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan obviously did not want to let Lu Ping go so easily. The water mist danced like a long snake, and once again coiled towards Lu Ping. The blue light around Lu Ping's body expanded, and in one move, the white mist that was stuck on his protective aura was dispersed. Lu Ping's face turned red. He could not care about the injuries caused by the explosion of true essence in his body, and activated the art of sea deception. Just as 18 human figures condensed in the sky, the water mist caught up to them and twisted 7 of them in a row. The white mist that followed afterwards completely froze 6 human figures into ice men. Dozens of zhong away, Lu Ping's figure flashed, and he looked behind him with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had dodged in time, or he would have died. Lu Ping was furious, and he looked coldly at Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan, who was looking at him with a surprised expression. Lu Ping originally thought that because he had taken the treasure, this Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan felt that he had lost face in front of his juniors, and that the Shui Yang Pavilion Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan only wanted to punish him. However, he did not expect that Spiritual Master Shui Wuhuan would ignore the critical moment of the war between humans and demons, and risk the risk of starting a war with Zhenling to kill him. At this time, Junling's side was besieged by Xian Ling sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and Hai Yang sect. It was obvious that Xian Ling and the other sects were not fighting to the death with Junling's side, but were doing their best to delay Junling and the other spiritual masters, so that they could not rescue Lu Ping, so that spiritual master Shui Wuhuan would have time to kill Lu Ping. Although Xian Ling sect side had the upper hand, Hai Yang sect and Kang Hai sect had lost a core forging cultivator each, and spiritual master Shui Wuhuan had come to kill Lu Ping. The gap between the two sides was not big, and if they fought to the death, both sides would suffer. Moreover, everyone knew that now was not the time for internal strife in the North Sea. After all, Junling's side was one of the pillars of the North Sea's human race against the demon race. At this critical juncture, they could not afford to give the demon race an opportunity. However, as long as they could kill this sword prodigy who was able to comprehend a great sword divine ability at the early core forging stage, it would be a huge loss and a heavy blow to Junling. However, Lu Ping's performance once again stunned all the cultivators present. At this time, although Lu Ping was being chased by spiritual master Shui Wuhuan in the sky above Frost Island, and was suppressed to the point where he could barely fight back, Lu Ping was still able to hold on. He was not easily killed by spiritual master Shui Wuhuan as the others had imagined. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan stretched out her arms, and a huge ice ring suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounding Lu Ping and spiritual master Shui Wuhuan. Lu Ping took the opportunity to shout, "Fall!" Landslide smashed down from the sky with great power. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan didn't even look at the landslide above her head. An ice pillar suddenly appeared in front of her, and forcibly pushed landslide away. Ever since Lu Ping obtained landslide, he rarely missed when attacking his opponents, but this time, it really didn't have the slightest effect. A long whip suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's hand. With a flick of the long whip, it coiled around the landslide that was flying in the sky, and then fiercely swung downwards. Landslide carried an even greater power than before as it smashed towards spiritual master Shui Wuhuan. This time, spiritual master Shui Wuhuan finally glanced at the landslide that was whistling towards her. Following the change of her hand seal, the outer ice ring suddenly shook, and the landslide that was whistling towards spiritual master Shui Wuhuan suddenly stopped in the air along with the vibration of the ice ring. Immediately after, Lu Ping's entire body tensed up, and an invisible force from all directions imprisoned him in the air. This was definitely a great magical technique. Lu Ping's expression finally changed, and the true Yuan in his body violently vibrated again. A faint blue light overflowed from the surface of Lu Ping's body, but it was firmly suppressed by the invisible force, unable to spread out. It seemed as if Lu Ping's entire body had turned blue. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan's expression was still solemn, but her demeanor was a lot more relaxed. Clearly, a cultivator who had just advanced to the core forging stage was able to last until now against a veteran late core forging stage 8th layer core forging stage cultivator. In the North Sea, perhaps there wasn't such a person like this. However, the more unbelievable Lu Ping's performance was, the more determined Shui Wuhuan was to kill him. Lu Ping's current prowess was already so shocking. If he were to live until the Avatar realm, would anyone else be able to survive? Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan's water mist muslin once again danced in the sky, spiraling towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping had personally witnessed the power of the water mist muslin. As long as it wrapped around him, even Lu Ping's protective chi, which was not inferior to a defensive magic treasure, would not be able to withstand a few entanglements from the water mist muslin. On the other side, spiritual master Xian Sen saw that Lu Ping was in danger, and couldn't help but roar in anger. If it wasn't for Lu Ping's meridian nourishing pill, his cultivation would have already been destroyed, and his lifespan would have been exhausted. Lu Ping had practically saved his life, and he was very clear about Lu Ping's position in the sect. Spiritual master Xian Sen used his full strength, and spiritual master LV Shuheng, who was fighting him, was shocked. For a moment, he couldn't even lift his head, and almost broke out of the encirclement. Thanks to the help of spiritual master Hai Jing of the Ocean Flame sect, spiritual master LV Shuheng's predicament was resolved, and spiritual master Xian Sen was once again blocked. However, at this moment, LV Shuheng was quite fearful. He didn't expect that this spiritual master Junling, who had always kept a low profile, would be severely injured by the demon clan the last time. He didn't expect that after a few years, not only would he not show any signs of injury, but his cultivation would also improve. What shocked him even more was that, judging from the strength that this person had just displayed, if it was a one-on-one fight, he would most likely not be his opponent. Thinking about how Zhenling had been thriving all these years, while Xianling sect had been stagnant, spiritual master LV Shuheng couldn't help but shudder. This Zhenling was used to hiding his strength, and he was definitely plotting something big. In the North Sea, no matter what kind of conspiracy Zhenling had, he would not go around Xianling sect. Therefore, a fierce clash between the two sects could be foreseen in the future. Fortunately, this time, he could at least kill this kid who could compete with martial nephew Ouyang Wei Jian, and also make Zhenling suffer a big loss. Anyway, with Shui Wuhuan taking the blame and letting Liu Tianling cause trouble for Shui Yang Pavilion, he could pull Shui Yang Pavilion to his side and suppress Zhenling together. However, before spiritual master LV Shuheng could continue to imagine how he would deal with the various sects in the North Sea in the future, he only heard a sharp cry resounding through the sky. When spiritual master LV Shuheng turned to look, he saw a golden sword tip slowly poking out of Lu Ping's chest, which was imprisoned in the ice ring. The sharp cry expanded as the sword tip vibrated rapidly. The golden scale sword was first the sword tip, followed by the sword blade, and then the sword hilt, forcibly breaking through Shui Wuhuan's ice ring and stabbing out. Spiritual master Shui Wuhuan's expression changed drastically. Shui Yangshuo sped up and flew towards Lu Ping. However, at this moment, Lu Ping's face turned from scarlet to blue. This time, he directly used the golden scale sword in the heart space. This was definitely a risk, but Lu Ping felt that it was worth it. The rapidly vibrating golden scale sword formed a small sword vortex in a very small range, gradually crushing the invisible binding force around it. The space that the golden scale sword could move in was also getting bigger and bigger. Finally, before Shui Yangshuo swept over, the golden scale sword emitted a sword light that soared into the sky. The Sea of 100 Rivers was fully activated, and a turbulent sword vortex rushed out. Lu Ping felt the binding force in front of him suddenly disappear, and an invisible passage had already extended in the direction of the sword technique. Chapter 403. Lu Ping rushed through the invisible passage that the golden scale sword had created. However, although Lu Ping had narrowly avoided the entanglement of Shuyansha, the snake head that Shuyansha had transformed into slammed into Lu Ping's back. The blue color on Lu Ping's face suddenly turned purple when Shuyansha slammed into him. However, Lu Ping still took advantage of the impact of Shuyansha's attack to escape at an even faster speed. At this moment, the sword vortex that the golden scale sword had transformed into finally slashed a section of the outer ring of ice. After a series of crisp clangs, the golden scale sword continuously slashed at the same location of the ring of ice. Although Daoist Shui Wuhuan's great magical power was far superior to Lu Ping's due to her cultivation realm, this attack still caused the ring of ice to crack. Daoist Shui Wuhuan chased closely behind Lu Ping. Her expression was so cold that it was almost as cold as the white mist she had just spat out. As she chased after Lu Ping, she formed a seal with both hands and shook her arms outwards. The ring of ice that had been split apart by Lu Ping's great magical power suddenly flashed with a cold light, and the cracks on the ring of ice seemed to slowly close up. At this moment, Lu Ping had already rushed to the front of the ring of ice. It was too late to use the golden scale sword, not to mention that Lu Ping was probably unable to continue using his great magical power. Looking at the ring of ice that was close at hand, Lu Ping's left hand flung out a blazing white flame, and his right hand immediately threw 7 high-grade spirit stones into the growing flame. He flicked his fingers 7 times in succession, and the 7 high-grade spirit stones exploded in the flame. With the help of the spirit explosion technique, the originally extraordinary power of the flame increased even more, and the explosive flame rushed towards the place where the ring of ice had been split by the golden scale sword. This is a worldly spiritual fire. Instead of being worried, Daoist Shui Wuhuan was overjoyed. She seemed to be certain that the flame in Lu Ping's hand was hers. The blazing white flame in Lu Ping's hand was the profound sky soul burn. Under the stimulation of the 7 high-grade spirit stones, the power of the profound sky soulburn flame that was originally a middle earth rank worldly spiritual fire was no less than a high earth rank worldly spiritual fire. A layer of white mist spread within the ring of ice. Originally, it was supposed to reconnect the broken ring of ice, but this layer of white mist quickly dissipated under the burning of the profound sky soulburn flame. The cracked ring of ice finally lost its last layer of protection, and turned into ice fragments that fell to the ground of Frost Island. At this point, both sides had reached a point of no return. However, no matter how one looked at it, Lu Ping had to die. Because at this time, everyone could clearly see that Lu Ping's complexion had become extremely bad, and he was obviously seriously injured. Although Daoist Shui Wuhuan had also used several great magical arts, he didn't seem to be in any danger. Although Lu Ping had paid a huge price to break Daoist Shui Wuhuan's great magical art, the ice ring imprisonment technique, Lu Ping was also seriously injured. Relying on her ice walking arts, Daoist Shui Wuhuan quickly closed the distance between her and Lu Ping. "Where can you run to this time?" Lu Ping actually heard a trace of pride in Daoist Shui Wuhuan's word. An old late-stage core forging cultivator spent so much effort to severely injure a middle-stage core forging cultivator who had cultivated for less than 100 years. Was it worth her being so happy? What Lu Ping didn't know was that in the eyes of Daoist Shui Wuhuan, Lu Ping was like a human-shaped treasure house. Not to mention anything else, just the worldly spiritual fire that appeared in Lu Ping's hand was at least a middle earth rank worldly spiritual fire. If this worldly spiritual fire was brought back to the Shui Yang Pavilion, it could at least create a late-stage core forging expert. One must know that although the Shui Yang Pavilion and the Hai Yang sect were known to be second only to Shenling sect and Junling in the North Sea, there were only 10 late-stage core forging cultivators in the Shui Yang Pavilion. It could be seen that a late-stage core forging cultivator played a far greater role in the Shui Yang Pavilion than in Junling. Of course, Daoist Shui Wuhuan also had her own selfish motives. She had paid such a huge price to force Lu Ping into a desperate situation. At this moment, she already had some regret in her heart. This Lu Shenping must have a higher status in Junling than they had imagined. This could be seen from the fact that Lu Shenping, a cultivator who had just advanced to the middle stage core forging, was able to contend with her for so long. So, if he really killed Lu Shenping, then it would surely cause a mighty uproar between the Mistwater Pavilion and Junling sect. If he offered a mid-grade earthrank spirit fire to the sect at this moment, then the pressure he suffered would be greatly reduced. Of course, she could also choose to give up on killing Lu Ping. However, the enmity of life and death had already been formed. Instead of giving up, she might as well kill him and be done with it. However, just as Daoist Shui Wuhuan was about to command the Shui Yang Yan to attack Lu Ping again, the teleportation formation on the Frost Island suddenly lit up with a light that soared into the sky. An enormous spiritual pressure instantly covered the entire island. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 12 enormous spiritual pressures. They were like 12 blazing suns with the teleportation formation on the Frost Island as the center. They radiated towards the entire Frost Island. For a moment, the entire sky above the Frost Island changed. Fa Xiong Laozu had arrived. Daoist Shen Sen was overjoyed. However, he momentarily forgot why there were 12 Laozu and not 10 Laozu. As expected, an enormous and violent thought actually formed a tsunami-like purple wave in the sky. It charged towards Daoist Shui Wuhuan who was about to attack Lu Ping. Divine Sense manifestation was different from the 4 serpents that appeared on the surface of Lu Ping's golden core when his Divine Sense was fused with it. This Divine Sense manifestation was able to directly affect the Divine Sense outside of his body. This was his teacher. Liu Tianling Laozu had arrived. Daoist Shui Wuhuan was actually sent flying by Liu Tianling Laozu's Divine Sense attack. What kind of strength was this? Could it be that the gap between a late-stage core forging cultivator and Fa Xiong Laozu was this big? Under the shocked gazes of all the core forging cultivators present, including Lu Ping, Daoist Shui Wuhuan, who was still flying in the air, directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned purple and a layer of tiny ice crystals actually formed on his exposed skin. Liu Tianling, How dare you? Before the furious roar had finished, Liu Tianling Laozu's usually graceful voice came over unhurriedly. What, you don't accept it? Lu Ping was dumbfounded at this moment. He couldn't imagine what kind of expression his usually elegant teacher would have when he said such a thing. No one present noticed that Daoist Shui Wuhuan, who was about to fall to the ground, had already been caught by a white-haired, youthful-looking cultivator. Immediately after, a purple pill was stuffed into Daoist Shui Wuhuan's mouth. The cultivator handed Daoist Shui Wuhuan to the Mistwater Pavilion cultivator behind him. He then said to Lu Ping in a cold voice, "You broke her great ability." A door suddenly appeared next to Lu Ping. Then, Liu Tianling Laozu leisurely walked out of the door. He didn't even look at Mistwater Pavilion's Laozu. He said indifferently, "Crippling her is crippling. I didn't destroy her cultivation. She can just cultivate again." Lu Ping hurriedly bowed to his teacher. Then, he heard Mistwater Pavilion's Laozu say fiercely, "Just for this mid-core forging minor repairs, you seriously injured a late-core forging cultivator from our sect. Aren't you afraid of provoking a war between the two sects? Now that the humans and demons are at war, do you Zhenling cultivators still have the slightest sense of the big picture? Oh, you want to provoke a war between the two sects just for a fight between two core forging minor repairs? As the Mistwater Pavilion's Fa Xiong Laozu, do you still have the slightest sense of the big picture?" Mistwater Pavilion's Laozu glared at Liu Tianling, but Laozu was momentarily speechless. In the eyes of Fa Xiong Laozu, a mid-core forging cultivator was insignificant minor repairs. What about a late-core forging cultivator? Liu Tianling Laozu reached out and brushed Lu Ping's body. A true essence that came from the same source as Lu Ping's North Sea Wave listening spell, but was far purer and more vigorous than Lu Ping's. With the help of Liu Tianling Laozu's brush, Lu Ping's injuries quickly healed. Liu Tianling Laozu only cultivated one part of the North Sea Wave listening spell, which was the North Sea Wave listening spell. His true essence was far purer and more vigorous than Lu Ping's, but it lacked a trace of explosiveness. Only when Lu Ping cultivated both at the same time could he achieve both. With his teacher's help, Lu Ping suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with ice crystals on it. His originally purple face became deathly pale, but his spirit was refreshed. The true essence that was originally circulating in his body due to his serious injuries began to circulate rapidly, once again speeding up the recovery of his injuries. Liu Tianling Laozu looked at his disciple with some surprise. Clearly, through that brush just now, he had noticed something different about Lu Ping's cultivation. At this time, another Laozu flew through the air and said, "You can't say that. This is, after all, a matter between disciples. For us Dharma Ascension cultivators to interfere in a fight between disciples, it is more or less like bullying the weak. This is also inconsistent with the rules of the cultivation world." Lu Ping saw that the person who came was wearing a green cultivator's robe, the cultivators of the Sea Flame sect. Following this person's arrival, the cultivators of the Sea Flame sect all rushed over to greet him. Liu Tianling Laozu sneered and said, "Speaking of which, I'm really sorry for junior sister Shui Wuhuan. I think that junior sister Shui just wants to teach this useless disciple a lesson on behalf of me, as his teacher. I think that in the eyes of martial uncle Kang Li of the Sea Flame sect, junior sister Shui would never do something like bullying the weak." Kang Li Laozu of the Sea Flame sect smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. For a moment, he had forgotten that this Liu Tianling Laozu in front of him was actually one generation younger than him. He also didn't expect that Lu Ping was actually Liu Tianling Laozu's disciple, another generation younger than Shui Wuhuan. Also, whether Shui Wuhuan wanted to kill Lu Ping was something that all the Laozu saw clearly when they first arrived on Frost Island. Kang Li Laozu naturally wouldn't lie about this, but now, Kang Li Laozu's words were really a slap to his own face. Thinking about the fact that two of Zhenling's second-generation disciples had already reached the Dharma Ascension stage, and it was said that 3 of them had already condensed a 7th-grade golden core, Kang Li Laozu sighed inwardly. Even though Xianling sect's second-generation disciples also had Feng Shutao to back them up, the Sea Flame sect had always been known as the 3rd strongest sect in the North Sea, second only to Xianling and Zhenling sects. Chapter 404. With his master's help, Lu Ping was finally fine. He quietly opened and closed his clenched hands, and the slightly broken flag disappeared. Inside the core space, the 12 Zhenchen pearls, which had been ready for action, quickly circled around Lu Ping's gold core. Streams of true energy essence were emitted from the Zhenchen pearls to heal Lu Ping's internal injuries. A few more figures appeared in the sky. The cultivators from the various sects came forward to greet their respective Laozu. The Fa Xiong Laozu from Xianling sect was Feng Shutao. However, Feng Shutao's face was gloomy. The domineering aura that Lu Ping had seen in the past was nowhere to be seen. There were also 2 other Laozu who did not belong to the 10 great sects. The forefathers of the sects simply listened to their cultivators' explanations of the situation on Frost Island. Then, they heard forefather Kang Li's shocked and uncertain voice say, "Come, let's first go to the place where Deheng died." After saying that, the people from Ocean Flame sect walked to the bottom of the ice cliff. Blue Sea sect's Laozu, who had also lost a core forging realm cultivator, went with them. After listening to what happened, Laozu's expressions turned solemn and they also walked to the bottom of the ice cliff. Reverend Lu Shuheng was originally trying to make Feng Shutao feel bad. Xianling sect only obtained one of the 6 heaven-nourished items. Seeing Feng Shutao's arrival, Reverend Lu Shuheng immediately felt his back straighten up. He hoped that Feng Shutao could come forward and redistribute the 6 treasures. Unexpectedly, Feng Shutao snorted coldly and walked to the bottom of the ice cliff with the Fa Xiong Laozu from Blue Sea sect, Flying Feather sect, and Ling Jiyu sect. Helpless, Lu Shuheng quickly followed. Reverend Xian Sen thought for a moment and also followed Liu Tianling to the bottom of the ice cliff. Suddenly, several more beams of light descended from the sky. Every single one of the cultivators within the beams of light possessed an imposing aura. All of them were at the late core construction stage. Seeing that, all the cultivators there were taken aback. Lu Ping, on the other hand, had long since noticed that one of the cultivators was Chen Lian's teacher, Sage Enigma Flame. At this time, Lu Ping's injuries had been suppressed, and he could move freely for the time being. He hurriedly went forward to greet him, and then asked, "Martial uncle, why is your old man here? Why did 12 Laozu come this time? Those 2 Laozu don't look like they are from the 10 great sects." Sage Enigma Flame said, "This is the first time a large-scale spirit mine has appeared in the North Sea. It is only natural for the various sects to place great importance on it. However, since it is a large-scale spirit mine and it is located in a special place like Frost Island, I believe you fellows must have discovered a considerable number of ice-type spiritual materials, right? There might even be a spirit material mine here." Sage Enigma Thunder, who was standing beside them, seemed to be familiar with Sage Enigma Flame. He nodded his head and said, "That is correct. An associated spirit material mine has been discovered at the bottom of the ice cliff. It is only right that the sect sent a master artifact refiner like Martial Uncle over." Sage Enigma Flame continued, "The appearance of a large-scale spirit mine in the North Sea cannot be kept a secret. Although the 10 great sects hold the leading position in the North Sea's cultivation world, the other sects and families will not allow the 10 great sects to monopolize the benefits so easily. These 2 Laozu represent the 10 sects and families of the North Sea that have Dharma idol Laozu. They are here to discuss the distribution of the spirit mine with the various sects." Everyone did not think much of it. The spirit mine on Frost Island was discovered by the 10 great sects alone. It had nothing to do with the other forces in the North Sea. However, everyone knew that although the 10 great sects were the strongest in the North Sea did not only consist of the 10 great sects. There were 10 sects and families with Dharma idol Laozu overseeing them. Even if Xianling sect and Zhenling worked together, they might not necessarily be able to win. Naturally, the 10 great sects could not afford to be negligent in the slightest. Zhenling's base on Frost Island was located in the ice valley where Sage Shen Shong had been stationed. After Sage Shen Wei's investigation and the excavation of the blood condensation and blood refining disciples of the various sects, The thousand-year ice that was hundreds of feet thick had been broken. Other than some scattered ice-type spiritual materials, there was also a miniature spirit vein underground. There was also a miniature spirit mine vein. Other than the fact that this ice valley was the closest to the bottom of the ice cliff, the most important reason Junling had built their base here was to guard this miniature spirit mine. Maybe it was because Junling had divided Frost Island and explored the spirit mine first, but 4 of the 5 locations that Sage Shen Wei had roughly surveyed had spirit mine veins after excavation by the low-ranked disciples of Junling sect. However, other than the miniature spirit mine in the ice valley, the other 3 locations were all miniature spirit mine veins. Even so, Junling still made all the sects very jealous. Because the areas that other sects had explored and occupied on Frost Island only had miniature spirit mine veins at most, and some of them had nothing at all. Ocean Flame sect was lucky enough to discover a miniature spirit mine vein, but the other areas they occupied only had 1 miniature spirit mine vein. Speaking of which, Shenling sect's luck was pretty good. Just like Junling, they had also occupied 5 areas. Moreover, all 5 areas had spirit mine veins. Unfortunately, all 5 of the spirit mine veins were miniature spirit mine veins. This caused Sage LV Shuheng to be furious. Lu Ping and the others were quietly waiting for Liu Tianling and Lao Zu's return in their base. At that moment, an enormous amount of spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from the bottom of the ice cliff. Moreover, there were 2 balls of spiritual pressure. Immediately after, a deep and distant rumbling sound came from the ice layer underground. It was as though the entire Frost Island was shaking. Everyone looked at each other. Sage Enigma Flame frowned as though he was investigating something. Then, he said, "It's not senior sister Tianling." At that moment, Lu Ping also noticed that the 2 balls of spiritual pressure earlier were not his teacher's doing. Just as everyone was about to discuss whether or not they should go check the bottom of the ice cliff, Liu Tianling, Lao Zu, and Sage Shen Sen had already returned to the base. Liu Tianling and Lao Zu's expressions were normal, but Sage Shen Sen appeared worried. Sage Enigma Flame, who was watching from the side, asked, "Junior brother Shen Sen, what happened at the bottom of the cliff?" Sage Shen Sen glanced at Liu Tianling and Lao Zu and said in a deep voice, "It's an ice azura." "Azura?" Sage Enigma Flame exclaimed, "That thing crawled out from the ground again?" Sage Shen Sen nodded and said, "Frost Island is a deserted place. It is a good place for ice asuras to hide and cultivate. However, these asuras have yet to mature. Just now, Ocean Flame sect's Kang Li Laozu and Blue Sea sect's Seahawk Laozu found their lair and killed them. There may still be some ice asuras left on the island. However, they are not strong enough. Just tell the disciples who are mining the spirit mine to be extra careful." This was the first time Lu Ping had heard of an ice azura. However, seeing how worried Sage Enigma Flame and Sage Shen Sen were, he felt quite uneasy. At that moment, Liu Tianling Laozu said, "The ice azura did not come from the North Sea. A teleportation array was found in their lair. This teleportation array is quite old. According to Jade Sword Faction's Sword Craze Laozu, this teleportation array has a history of several thousand years. The last time it was used was only around 10 years ago. Judging from the direction the teleportation array is connected to, these ice asuras should be from the northern Midlands or the northern icy plains." Hearing that the ice asuras did not come from the North Sea, the nervousness on Sage Enigma Flame's face eased slightly. However, he immediately exclaimed, "That teleportation array can reach the Middle Lands or the northern icy plains." Liu Tianling Laozu gave Sage Enigma Flame a glance and said, "The ice asuras have destroyed the teleportation array. It is not just the one here. Even the teleportation array leading to the destination has been destroyed. Otherwise, given fellow Daoist Sword Craze's level of attainment, he would not have been so powerless." Sage Enigma Flame was not the only one who felt that it was a pity. The other core forging stage cultivators in the encampment also felt that it was a pity. The cultivation world of the Middle Lands had always been a place that cultivators from all over the world yearned to go to. The North Sea had been isolated from the Middle Lands for a long period of time. If cultivators from the North Sea wished to enter the Middle Lands, they would often have to go to the East Sea and then use the teleportation array to reach the Middle Lands. Even in the East Sea, such long-distance teleportation arrays were only in the hands of a few great sects. Outsiders would have to pay a hefty price to use them. Liu Tianling Laozu saw the pained expressions on everyone's faces and said coldly, "Since this group of ice asuras came to Frost Island from either the Middle Lands or the Northern Ice Plains about a decade ago, it is likely that the Azura clan has long since appeared in either the Middle Lands or the Northern Ice Plains. If that is the case, the cultivation world of the Middle Lands is probably not peaceful right now. It may not be a good thing for them to go there." Only then did everyone realize that asuras usually appeared in groups or tribes. Their appearance would cause a huge storm for the cultivation world. It would appear that the cultivation world of the Middle Lands was not peaceful right now. 2 days later, Lu Ping's injuries were no longer a problem. After a round of haggling between the various sects and Laozu, they finally decided on the distribution of the large spirit or vein at the bottom of the ice mountain. Including the spirit material mine discovered at the bottom of the ice mountain, Junling and Xianling sect took 2.5 of the share, Shui Yang Pavilion and Hai Yang sect took 1.5, the other 6 sects took 3.5, and the remaining 10 sects and families of the North Sea that had a Transcendence Laozu overseeing them took the remaining 3.5. When the news came, not only were the core forging cultivators of Junling dissatisfied, even the cultivators of the other sects were quite dissatisfied. The excavation of the spirit or vein on Frost Island was managed by the 10 great sects of the North Sea, and the other forces did nothing but meddle in it. How could they be satisfied with getting 3.5 for free? Since when did the 10 great sects of the North Sea need to make such concessions to the other forces? However, the dissatisfaction of the sects was forcefully suppressed by Laozu of his own sect. Then, the news came again, the 10 great sects' share was fixed, and the remaining 30% would change according to the changes in the situation of the North Sea's cultivation world. In other words, this 30% was for all the forces in the North Sea that had Dharma Laozu guarding them, excluding the 10 great sects. When these 10 forces lost the protection of Dharma Laozu, they would lose their share of the spirit or vein on Frost Island, and it would be divided among the 10 great sects. When another Dharma Laozu was born in the North Sea, that force would automatically obtain a share of the spirit or vein on Frost Island. When there were more than 10 forces in the North Sea that had Dharma Laozu, the 30% share would still remain the same, and each force would divide it equally. It could be imagined that after the discovery of the spirit or vein on Frost Island, the barren situation of the North Sea's cultivation world would improve to a certain extent, and the possibility of Dharma Laozu appearing would greatly increase. The 10 great sects occupied the dominant position of the North Sea's cultivation world, but the North Sea's cultivation world was so vast that the chance of Dharma Laozu appearing was higher than that of the 10 great sects. Under these circumstances, the 10 great sects would have the privilege of occupying 70% of the spirit or vein's profits. In the long run, they would not lose out. Moreover, the 10 great sects had no choice but to make some concessions in order to unite the North Sea's cultivation world. Chapter 405. Of course, as a condition for the 10 great sects to compromise, the other spirit mines on Frost Island were no longer under the control of the large spirit mine at the bottom of the ice mountain. Instead, they were under the control of each sect. As a result, Frost Island was actually under the control of the 10 great sects. The other forces could only send their cultivators to participate in the excavation of the spirit mine at the bottom of the ice mountain, but they did not have the right to survey the Frost Island. Of the 6 treasures that day, Junling's side had obtained 1 spirit treasure and 2 natural oddities. The ball of light Lu Ping had snatched from Shui Wuhuan was one of the natural oddities. However, spiritual master Shen Sen had reacted quickly. When the 6 treasures had flown out, he had already locked onto the highest grade spirit treasure and joined hands with a late-stage core forging cultivator from the Jade Sword sect to snatch the earth-grade spirit treasure, the Ice Illusion Stone. Because it was not Junling's contribution to snatching these treasures, the treasures were handed over to Liu Tianling, Laozu, for distribution. Lu Ping didn't know how the 4 sects would divide these 3 treasures, but he knew that the Ice Illusion Stone would definitely be left behind by his master. However, this was not something that Lu Ping needed to worry about. Although Lu Ping had been seriously injured by Shui Wuhuan, his vitality was not damaged. In addition, his master, Laozu Liu Tianling, had acted in a timely manner, and Lu Ping had been continuously consuming golden strengthening pills all these years, causing his physical body to be far stronger than a normal cultivator's. Therefore, his recovery ability was also extremely strong. After Lu Ping's injuries had more or less healed, he found a gap and once again sneaked to the bottom of the ice mountain on the outskirts of Frost Island. Seeing that there was no one around, he slowly opened up his tightly clenched right hand. The closed ice surface also slowly opened up along with Lu Ping's right hand, and the ice tunnel that Lu Ping had previously opened up appeared in front of him. After passing through this ice tunnel that had many twists and turns, Lu Ping carefully passed through the area filled with profound ice fiends and once again arrived at the bottom of the tunnel that he had previously opened up. After throwing Dabao out of the spirit beast pouch, he was about to continue opening up the tunnel when Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed. He quickly shot out his water curtain true aura and heard a crisp ding sound, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. When Lu Ping turned around to look, he just happened to see a thin and pale person being shot to the ground by his protective aura. Seeing that Lu Ping had turned around, this person had a ferocious expression on his face. He waved a dagger that looked like an ice blade in his hand and bared his teeth at Lu Ping. Then, he lay down on the layer of ice below him and his entire body instantly turned transparent, the same color as the layer of ice around him, and disappeared. Lu Ping's expression was solemn as blue light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly reached out his left hand and pushed to his side. A dark blue light rushed outwards like a wave. With a bang, a sound came from the left side of the ice wall. Countless ice shards rustled and fell down. The pale person's figure reappeared, and he was already tightly pressed against the ice wall by Lu Ping. Azura? Lu Ping looked at the person in front of him and asked in a serious tone. The person in front of him looked at Lu Ping with fear. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't escape from Lu Ping's control. Lu Ping saw that the person was just struggling. Waves of cold air desperately penetrated into his Jin Yuan, but it didn't affect Lu Ping in the slightest. He didn't respond to Lu Ping's question at all. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. The strength of the Azura in front of him was no less than an early core forging cultivator. Did this Azura not have a mind? The Azura struggled for a long time. Seeing that he couldn't break free, his body once again became transparent. Lu Ping launched 3 pure true pupils and saw that the Azura's body actually sank into the ice wall. Ice escape. Lu Ping looked at the Azura in front of him with great interest. The blue Jin Yuan wave suddenly turned into a Jin Yuan belt, breaking the ice wall in front of him and entangling the Azura in the ice layer. A scream came, like the roar of a wild beast. In Lu Ping's eyes, at this time, he saw the Azura, who was entangled by the Jin Yuan belt, had a panicked face. He kept opening his mouth and exclaiming, but he couldn't do anything about the blue Jin Yuan belt entangling his body. Lu Ping retracted his hands, and the Azura's ice escape technique and invisibility technique were all broken, and he was pulled back into the tunnel by Lu Ping. This Azura didn't have a trace of spiritual power fluctuations all over his body. No wonder the disciples of Blue Sea Sect and Sea Flame Sect died quietly in the hands of the Azura. Every time this Azura struggled, there was a layer of bloody evil chi, and this kind of evil chi was somewhat similar to the black ice evil chi that Lu Ping had collected before. Could it be that the Azura cultivated this kind of evil chi that was like a natural treasure? And this group of ice Azura that came to Frost Island wanted all kinds of evil chi hidden under the millions of years of snow and ice? There were many thoughts in Lu Ping's mind, but he didn't dare to relax his hands at all. Layers of blue Jin Yuan belt wrapped around the Azura, intending to capture it alive. After a while, the Azura seemed to have sensed Lu Ping's thoughts, and also realized that it was useless to struggle now. The originally pale and almost transparent skin suddenly turned blue-black. The Azura looked at Lu Ping with a ferocious expression, his face full of madness. Lu Ping had a bad feeling. A golden light flashed in his hand, and he pierced the Azura's heart. The Azura's face showed unwillingness, and just as the blue-black skin started to fade, the Azura's entire body exploded. Lu Ping was already prepared. He had already put his hands together, and a blue Jinyuan shield had already covered the Azura's body. A muffled sound came, and the power of the Azura's body exploding shook the entire Jinyuan shield. Lu Ping's body also swayed a few times, but he finally stabilized the Jinyuan shield. Lu Ping removed the true essence barrier, and a gust of chilly air filled the ice tunnel with the smell of blood. Then, the chilly air was absorbed by the surrounding ice, disappearing without a trace. Due to the previous explosion of the Azura, the Jinyuan in his body shook, and the impact of this cold air, Lu Ping could not help but cough again and again. Fortunately, Lu Ping reacted in time and killed the Azura before it exploded. Otherwise, even if Lu Ping could survive the explosion, he was afraid that such a powerful explosion would attract the cultivators of various sects to come and investigate. The spiritual material vein that Lu Ping found, and even the spiritual vein that might exist underground, might not belong to Lu Ping. Even so, after the explosion of the Azura's body, although the power was greatly reduced, it might still arouse the vigilance of other cultivators. After all, there were now 12 Dharma Laozu on the island. In desperation, Lu Ping had to use his own Jinyuan and Gang Qi to form a huge Jinyuan shield, covering the entire body of the Azura, so only a muffled sound came out. At this time, the Azura's body had exploded into pieces, but it had turned into pieces of ice on the ground. Lu Ping found the icicle-like dagger in the Azura's hand. Only then did he find that the icicle was actually a second-class spiritual material. When Lu Ping was attacked, he could clearly feel that the power of the ice blade in the Azura's hand was not less than an ordinary magic weapon. Could it be that the Azura could make the spiritual material directly have the power of a magic weapon? Lu Ping was dumbfounded. He scratched the broken ice on the ground. Seeing that he didn't find anything, he walked back to the bottom of the tunnel and prepared to open the tunnel. At this time, Lu Ping was only 3 to 5 meters away from the ground. Dabao didn't care about the various spiritual materials that appeared on the surrounding ice walls during the excavation process. He just stood beside Lu Ping and watched Lu Ping cast spells to extend the tunnel to the ground. Catcher, as the last layer of hard ice shattered in front of Lu Ping, it revealed the brown ground. A rich spiritual energy rushed toward Lu Ping and Dabao. Sure enough, there was a spiritual vein, and it was a small spiritual vein. Without Lu Ping's command, Dabao had already plunged into the brown ground. Lu Ping continued to cast spells, continuing to expand the tunnel here into an ice room. Because the ice had been accumulated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the ice room that Lu Ping opened up was a bit too much even for his strong qi. However, in the process of opening up the ice room, he found a lot of spiritual materials. Although most of them were low-grade spiritual materials, Lu Ping piled them together. When Dabao came out of the ground, he would naturally put these things away. However, when Lu Ping finished opening up the ice room, Dabao still hadn't come out of the ground. Lu Ping couldn't help but worry. He walked to the place where Dabao had plunged into the ground, stretched out his palm and patted the ground. A blue light penetrated the ground along with his palm. After a while, Dabao really jumped out of the ground. Lu Ping saw that Dabao's eyes were shining brightly. The other party didn't even look at the spiritual materials in the ice room, and quickly ran toward Lu Ping. A burst of squeak squeak, it was obvious that it was unusually excited. Lu Ping looked happy. He saw Dabao take out 2 miniature spirit-gathering pearls from the storage bag under his neck. Lu Ping smiled and patted Dabao's head as a compliment. Dabao shouted twice and continued to take out things from the storage bag. Lu Ping was also a little surprised. Could it be that Dabao had found some treasures underground? Then Lu Ping looked at the things that Dabao had taken out again and was a little surprised. 5 high-grade spirit stones were placed neatly on the ground. Upper-grade spirit stones. What did it mean? It meant that there was not only a small spiritual vein here, but also a medium spiritual mine. Medium spiritual mine? How was that possible? Even Lu Ping was in disbelief, but the spirit stones on the ground told Lu Ping that this was indeed a medium spiritual mine. Because to be able to produce upper-grade spirit stones, it had to be at least a medium spiritual vein. The small spiritual vein earlier proved that if there was a spiritual mine underground, then it was either a small or medium spiritual mine. Now, it was obvious that this was a medium spiritual mine without a doubt. Lu Ping spent a lot of effort to calm his turbulent heart. Lu Ping calmed down and thought for a moment. The most important thing now was to protect the secret of this medium spiritual mine, then inform Master about this place and think of a way to monopolize this medium spiritual mine. Monopolizing a medium spiritual mine. In the North Sea, only Xianling sect had a medium spiritual mine. If Zhenling could do the same, then it was only a matter of time before Lu Ping surpassed Xianling sect to become the #1 sect in the North Sea. But before telling Master about this, he had to reap all the benefits first. Lu Ping chuckled. Chapter 406. Liu Tianling, don't push your luck. I may have lost to you last time, but you, Zhenling, have gained a lot of advantages on Frost Island. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Inside a palace of ice and snow at the bottom of the cliff, 12 Laozus from various sects and families sat in a circle. Surrounding them were the late core forging practitioners from various sects. At this moment, they were all watching the 12 Laozus bickering with each other with their mouths wide open. What made them even more dumbfounded was what Xianling sect's Feng Shutao Laozu had said in a fit of anger. Feng Shutao Laozu actually lost to Liu Tianling. When did this happen? This was a huge event that shook the entire North Sea cultivation world. Not only were the late core forging cultivators of the various sects shocked, but even the Dharma adepts sitting next to the two of them were also shocked. Feng Shutao was really unlucky. Losing to Jiang Tianlin was one thing, but now he lost to Liu Tianling as well. He couldn't even beat one of the couple. But when did this Liu Tianling become so powerful? Back in the days of the North Sea cultivation world, Jiang Tianlin and Feng Shutao were known as the North Sea twins. Although Liu Tianling was also famous, compared to the two of them, there was still a gap. Jiang Tianlin defeating Feng Shutao after advancing to the Dharma stage was one thing, but Liu Tianling's rapid advancement to the Dharma stage had already shocked the sects of the North Sea. At the same time, they secretly hoped that Liu Tianling hadn't advanced to the Dharma stage with a high golden core. However, all that hope seemed to have been shattered now. Although Feng Shuzhao had only formed a 7th grade golden elixir back then, he had accumulated enough experience and had merged with 2 low-grade heaven-level spirit items. Therefore, after he had advanced to the Dharma stage, his abilities had even surpassed many early Dharma adepts, but he had still lost to Liu Tianling. How could this be? What was she hiding? Or rather, what was Zhenling hiding? At this moment, all the Laozus looked at Liu Tianling with probing gazes. At the same time, other than feeling as surprised as the other core forging cultivators, the 2 late-stage core forging cultivators of Xianling sect seemed to have come to a sudden realization. Senior brother Feng Shutiao had been in an extremely bad mood ever since he arrived at Frost Island. He would scold the disciples of his sect for no reason at all. Liu Tianling and Laozu looked at the surrounding Laozus with a hint of a common enemy. They knew that Feng Shutao was willing to expose his own weakness to temporarily isolate Zhenling. Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling's strength had already caused the sects of the North Sea to be jealous and on guard. As expected, Kang Li Laozu from Shuiyang Pavilion was the first to speak. Brother Feng is right. Not only did you, Zhenling, occupy the only small spirit mine on Frost Island, but the most precious ice illusion stone is also in Brother Liu's hands. This frost jade spring is the most extraordinary item found in this mine, enough for more than 20 water element practitioners to use to condense their protective qi. It's a bit unreasonable that your sect still occupied 5 spots. As soon as Kang Li Laozu finished speaking, Xianling sect's Laozus and Ocean Flame sect's Laozus also agreed. The 2 Laozus representing the other sects and families of the North Sea sat on the side without saying anything. Obviously, they didn't want to participate in the conflict between the top 10 sects. Liu Tianling Laozu pondered for a moment and said, "Fine. This time, I, Zhenling, will give up 4 spots to condense their qi. However, 2 of these spots must be given to Chongming sect. Chongming, Kang Lang, Jade Sword, and the cultivators of my sect must first use this frost jade spring to condense their qi. Otherwise, There's no need to discuss this matter. Liu Qianling's forcefulness was well known in the North Sea. Originally, Feng Shutao thought that even if he pulled all the sect's Laozus to his side, it would still take a lot of bargaining before he could force Junling to give in. For this, Feng Shutao didn't hesitate to tell everyone about how he lost to Liu Qianling. He didn't think that Liu Qianling would agree to this matter so easily. This made Feng Shutao feel like vomiting blood. Fortunately, Junling's sect had finally made a concession. The remaining 2 spots were given to Hai Yang sect and Kang Hai sect respectively. After all, both sects had lost a mid-core forging realm cultivator to Ice Azura. This could be considered as making up for the losses of the 2 sects. As for Junling's request to condense the Frost Jade Spring first, the sect's Laozu didn't care. This time, the newly discovered Frost Jade Spring had a lot of Frost Jade Spring. It was likely that there would still be some left after the allocation of spots. Only Chongming sect's Laozu was also excited. Last time, Junling's group obtained 3 treasures. Aside from the Ice Illusion Stone, which went to Junling, Jade Sword sect and Kang Lang sect each obtained a natural oddity. Only Chongming sect didn't get a single one. This time, Liu Qianling and Laozu took the initiative to give 2 spots to Chongming sect as compensation for their previous losses. Apart from Junling, the other sects' faces were full of joy. However, spiritual master Feng Shuzhao didn't feel happy at all. He faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was, so he gave up. Lu Ping pondered for a while in his own ice room. Only then did he realize that a day had passed. If he didn't go back now, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. So, he left Dabao in the ice room and ordered him to only dig high-grade spirit stones. The rest of the low-grade spirit stones were not to be touched. At the same time, he also told him to be careful in case another Ice Azura appeared. Lu Ping turned around and left the ice room, leaving behind a dejected Dabao. Only mining high-grade spirit stones? This is only a mid-grade spirit vein. Naturally, there aren't many high-grade spirit stones here. Doesn't that mean I have to spend a lot of time and energy burrowing underground to find high-grade spirit stones? Thinking about the low-grade spirit stones that could be easily found underground, Dabao went underground in low spirits and helplessly went to complete the task given by Lu Ping. In fact, Lu Ping did this because he had no other choice. This spirit vein still had to be handed over to the sect. Since Lu Ping wanted to reap the benefits first, he couldn't make it too obvious. If the sect's cultivators discovered that this spirit vein had already been mined by others, it wouldn't look good for Lu Ping. In the eyes of the sect's cultivators, they would also look down on Lu Ping. Lu Ping had just returned to Junling's temporary encampment in the Ice Valley when he received a shocking piece of news from spiritual master Shenwei and the others. After Feng Shidao was defeated by Jiang Tianlin and Laozu, he was defeated by Liu Qianling and Laozu. This meant that Junling's second generation of cultivators had surpassed Xianling's sect not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. Looking at the excited faces of spiritual master Shenlei and the others, Lu Ping didn't think much of it. Before Feng Shidao achieved Dharma, he was as famous as Jiang Tianlin and Laozu, and Liu Qianling and Laozu were slightly weaker than him. However, the 2 of them had the spirit-forging pill that Lu Ping had brought back from Failing Island years ago. The grade of their golden core was definitely higher than Feng Shidao's. Therefore, after achieving Dharma, it was only natural that the 2 of them were stronger than Feng Shidao. Immediately after, Lu Ping was called to the training room by his teacher. In the next few days, all the sects in the North Sea set up the Spirit Lock Formation at the bottom of the ice cliff, surrounding the main vein and meridian veins of the entire large spirit mine with the formation. This was to prevent people from stealing while they were excavating. At the same time, the frozen spring, a natural wonder found at the bottom of the ice cliff, was also used by the cultivators to smelt protective vigor. The amount of protective vigor refined was not determined by the level of the cultivator's cultivation, but by the foundation that the cultivator laid during the first time he smelted protective vigor. After the cultivators of Chongming, Jade Sword, and Kang Lang finished smelting according to the quota, only 1/3 of the entire frozen spring had been used. When it came to Junling, Lu Ping was the only one left. Seeing that it was Lu Ping, the cultivators guarding the ice spring did not mind. But a moment later, the cultivators panicked. This was not refining the gang chi bit by bit, it was simply swallowing it whole. The ice spring was shrinking at an obvious speed. Several cultivators hurriedly reported this matter to Laozu from their respective sects. Only then did Laozu realize that they had fallen into Liu Qianling's trap. Feng Shutao even crushed a teacup made from a top-grade magic artifact into a pile of scrap. However, Lu Ping's tyrannical ability to fuse with his protective astral energy also greatly surprised Laozu. With this level of smelting, his protective astral energy was most likely not inferior to a defensive spirit-type magic treasure. Above the frozen spring, Lu Ping quietly floated. 5 layers of protective astral energy spread out layer by layer. The icy spring water under his feet was slowly absorbed by the protective astral energy. The outermost layer slowly formed a thin layer of cold silver astral energy. This was the 6th layer of protective astral energy. With the formation of the 6th layer of protective astral energy, the frozen spring under Lu Ping's feet rapidly shrank. Presumably, the cultivators of the various sects were regretting it to death, Lu Ping thought gloatingly. Lu Ping's smelting of astral energy took an entire day. The amount of frozen spring Lu Ping absorbed was 4 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Adding the amount of frozen spring refined by Chong Ming and the other 2 sects, Junling's side had actually consumed half of the frozen spring. The cultivators of the various sects who came later looked at the frozen spring in front of them and wanted to cry. Especially Hai Yang sect and Kang Hai sect, because they had obtained 2 spots from Junling, they were the last in line. But looking at the remaining half of the frozen spring, when it was their turn, how much spring water would be left? In desperation, after an emergency discussion, the remaining 6 sects could only let the cultivators of each sect take turns to smelt their astral energy. In the end, Xianling sect, who originally had 5 spots, only managed to smelt 4 people, Hai Yang sect's 4 spots, and Kang Hai sect's 3 spots, only managed to smelt 2. Hai Yang sect and Kang Hai sect did not take advantage of Junling at all, and Xianling sect even lost a spot. This made Feng Shutao very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Just as the disciples of each sect finished smelting the frozen spring, the large spirit mine at the bottom of the ice cliff also officially started mining. At the same time, Junling's Liu Qianling, Laozu, moved his sect's encampment to a small mountain on the outskirts of Frost Island. It was said that they found a small spirit vein there, which made all the sects curse Junling's luck again. Chapter 407. After millions of years of brewing, the inaccessible Frost Island had become a veritable treasure island. It had brought more and more surprises to the 10 great sects. After Junling found another small spirit vein in the outskirts of Frost Island, another piece of news came. Junling had unearthed a small ice attribute spirit material mine in the layer of ice behind the small spirit vein. Of course, Junling was not the only one who had found something. The other 9 great sects had also made some surprising discoveries during their exploration of Frost Island, especially the Water Mist Pavilion. The Water Mist Pavilion's cultivation method was unique in the North Sea. Most of the cultivators in the sect cultivated water and ice attribute arts. Some of the cultivators who cultivated ice attribute arts had some unique divine arts that were suitable to be used in the environment of Frost Island. They were very useful in searching for treasures hidden in the layer of ice on Frost Island. Therefore, although the Water Mist Pavilion didn't find a spirit vein like Junling sect did, they did find a spirit material mine. There was even news that the Water Mist Pavilion found an ice lake from tens of millions of years ago under a layer of ice in a region of Frost Island, and they obtained an Earth-rank spirit item of the ice attribute from it. Although the various sects did not know what the Water Mist Pavilion had obtained, when they saw the smiling face of the Water Mist Pavilion's Kang Li Laozu, no longer having the gloominess from Shui Wuhuan's matter, many cultivators secretly guessed that the Water Mist Pavilion had obtained a high-grade Earth-rank natural treasure. When Spiritual Master Shen Sen and Spiritual Master Enigma Flame followed Liu Qianling and Laozu down the icy tunnel under Lu Ping's lead, they arrived at the space where Lu Ping had sealed the profound ice fiend. Spiritual Master Xian Sen looked at the thick black mist in front of him and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He said happily, "This thick profound ice fiend is enough for 7 or 8 of our sect's ice attribute disciples to condense protective energy. Moreover, this profound ice fiend is one of the best ice attribute natural treasures that can be used to condense protective energy. This time, many of our sect's disciples will owe you a favor." Through Chen Lian, Sage Enigma Flame had more or less gained some understanding of Lu Ping. Hearing Sage Xian Sen, who was famous within the sect for his honesty, praising Lu Ping, Sage Enigma Flame involuntarily pursed his lips and thought to himself, to think that this kid could discover such a remote place. Who knows how big of a scheme is hidden here? Judging by the looks of it, this tunnel is not newly opened. This kid must have taken quite a lot of the benefits inside. He probably felt that there were too many benefits for him to take alone. That is why he reported it to the sect. However, we should not let the goodies flow into the fields of outsiders. It seems this kid also has the sect in his heart. If there are a few more disciples like him, our sect will be blessed. Lu Ping did not know that Sage Enigma Flame had secretly seen through his thoughts. However, he was not afraid of others suspecting that he had taken the benefits beforehand. Since Lu Ping was the one who discovered it, first come, first served was the rule of the world of cultivation. At any rate, Lu Ping would not be able to take all of the benefits. He could only leave it for the sect. Lu Ping was simply trying his best to take the best. As such, while Lu Ping had the strength to stand out from the rest of the sect as a whole was also improving. In order for Lu Ping to move unhindered through the world of cultivation, a powerful Zhenling would be his firm backing and source of confidence. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. Hearing Sage Enigma Flame's praise, Lu Ping said modestly, "You flatter me, martial uncle. If not for our sect's prestige suppressing this Frost Island, this disciple would not have the chance to wander around aimlessly and coincidentally stumble upon this place, no?" Sage Enigma Flame nodded his head in satisfaction. Naturally, he did not know that 1/3 of the thick clump of mystical ice fiend chi had already been collected by Lu Ping. Otherwise, how could the clump of mystical ice fiend chi only be enough for 7 to 8 people to condense their protective astral energy? Additionally, when he found the clump of malevolent energy, he also found a mid-grade mystic-ranked, ice-type spiritual object. Before entering the ice room, Sage Enigma Flame had also seen the spirit material mine. As one of the few master artificers in Zhenling, Sage Enigma Flame had a unique eye for things. After inspecting it for a moment, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Although it is a small, miscellaneous spirit material mine, the quality is acceptable. It is much better compared to the spirit ashen soil mine that you and Chen Lian found." Lu Ping gave an embarrassed smile. That spirit ashen soil mine had helped Lu Ping and Chen Lian quite a lot when they were still at the blood refining and blood condensation realms respectively. That was especially true for Chen Lian. Most of the spirit stones that the two of them used for their cultivation were exchanged using the spirit ashen soil refined from the mine. After that, they used the spirit ashen soil to exchange for other cultivation resources. It was only after the two of them had advanced to the core forging realm did they hand over the mine to the sect. Inside the ice room, Sage Enigma Flame was bustling with excitement and nervousness. Seeing Liu Tianling, Laozu, and the others enter the ice room, Sage Enigma Flame did not bother to greet them. Instead, he excitedly said, Martial uncles, a mid-grade spirit mine." There really is a mid-grade spirit mine here. This time, the heavens have truly blessed our sect. Our Zhenling sect will be able to occupy a mid-grade spirit mine by ourselves. Sage Enigma Flame and Sage Enigma Flame were overjoyed when they heard that. They said, "Is that true? This news is no less than the discovery of a large-grade spirit mine on Frost Island. This mid-grade spirit mine must be kept a secret. Our sect must monopolize it and not give other sects any chance, just like how Xianling's sect occupied the spirit mine on Giant Spirit Island back then." When Sage Enigma Flame saw that the two seniors of his sect seemed to be even more excited than him, he hesitantly said, "However, the nurturing of this spirit mine seems to be a little strange. This disciple discovered that there are very few high-grade spirit stones appearing near the surface of the mine. There are only high-grade spirit stones after a few dozen meters deep. However, in terms of the total amount of spirit mine, this is indeed a mid-grade spirit mine. Lu Ping cursed inwardly. This Dabao told him to only take high-grade spirit stones, but he was actually thinking of ways to be lazy. He only took all the high-grade spirit stones near the surface and revealed such a big flaw. At this moment, Lu Ping happened to see his teacher, Liu Tianling, Laozu, glancing at him with a faint smile. Lu Ping's expression quickly changed. He put on an expression of how could this be, as he listened to Sage Enigma Flame's words. Sage Enigma Flame waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "To be able to obtain a mid-grade spirit mine is already a heavenly blessing. A mid-grade spirit mine does not produce many high-grade spirit stones to begin with. It is only normal for there to be less of them. Right now, the key issue is how to activate the Great Vein Suppression Spirit Lock Array without the other sects knowing and seal up this mid-grade spirit mine. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the other sects discover the existence of this spirit mine." Sage Enigma Flame's words caused Lu Ping and the others to frown. Once the spirit lock formation was activated, it would cause a great commotion. The entire Frost Island would notice it. When that happens, the news of this spirit mine would be exposed. Just as everyone was feeling helpless, they heard Liu Tianling, Laozu, say, "How many Ice Azura remnants have we discovered in the areas our sect has conquered?" Sage Enigma Flame's eyes lit up. He said, "So Senior Sister had such a plan when you didn't allow the disciples to encircle the Ice Azura. Currently, we have discovered more than 20 Ice Asuras. However, most of them are only at the blood condensation realm. Only 3 have reached the core forging realm." Liu Tianling, Laozu, nodded and said, "Although it's not much, it's barely enough. Junior Brother Enigma, please put in more effort and use some methods to drive these Ice Asuras here. Then, kill them with lightning speed. Activate the spirit lock formation to guide the spirit mine under our sect's control. At the same time, activate the spirit lock formation. With the first 2 concealment methods, the cultivators of Frost Island should not be able to discover anything." On the second day, while Zhenling was guiding the spirit mine, the new encampment was suddenly attacked by the Ice Azura remnants. Zhenling, Sage Enigma Flame and Sage Enigma Flame worked together to kill them. On this day, the entire Frost Island was filled with rumbling noises. As the earth trembled, Zhenling quietly activated the spirit lock formation. A mid-sized spirit mine was already in his hands. At this time, Lu Ping was pulling a storage pouch from the pitiful Dabao's neck. He patted its head and said, "You're usually smart. Why did you reveal such a big flaw in the spirit mine? I think you're just too lazy to go deeper underground." Dabao evaded Lu Ping's demonic palm while squeaking and protesting loudly, "If it wasn't for this rat not going deeper underground and saving magic power and time, how could I have collected so many high-grade spirit stones?" Lu Ping shook the storage pouch downwards. With a crash, a pile of high-grade spirit stones appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping's eyes immediately lit up and he said, "So many. No wonder Sage Enigma Flame almost didn't dare to believe that this was a mid-sized spirit mine. So the high-grade spirit stones on the surface were all collected by you. Dabao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're a little too greedy." Dabao simply used its 2 almost invisible forelimbs to drag a high-grade spirit stone under its stomach. Then, it lay on the ground and closed its eyes to sleep. Lu Ping beamed with joy as he put the 150 high-grade spirit stones into his storage ring. Then, he looked at Dabao who was pretending to sleep and said, "Aren't you bored?" Lu Ping was in urgent need of high-grade spirit stones to assist in his cultivation. After advancing to the middle stage of core forging, the North Sea Wave listening technique that Lu Ping originally cultivated was a cultivation technique that focused on the cultivation foundation and sacrificed cultivation speed. Coincidentally, when Lu Ping advanced to the middle stage of core forging, he smelted the profound essence heavy water. This kind of heaven-grade spirit object gave Lu Ping a more vigorous Shen Yuan and tyrannical strength. At the same time, it also caused Lu Ping's cultivation speed to greatly slow down. If this continued, without 10 or 20 years of effort, Perhaps Lu Ping wouldn't even have enough Zhen Yuan to reach the 5th layer of core forging. As a result, he could only work on cultivation resources. High-grade spirit stones were originally used by late-stage core forging cultivators to cultivate. However, at this time, with the Zhen Yuan in Lu Ping's body, using high-grade spirit stones to cultivate would not be a waste. The slow cultivation speed was also one of the reasons why Lu Ping opened up Huangli Island. Although Lu Ping had not yet advanced to the middle stage of core forging, he had already noticed that Lu Ping's cultivation speed was gradually slowing down because of the North Sea wave listening technique. This was also the reason why he collected spirit veins from all over the place and moved them to Huangli Island. Unfortunately, Lu Ping originally wanted to move the small spirit vein that he found in the mid-sized spirit vein to Huangli Island. Then, he would report the matter of the mid-sized spirit vein to Master Yu. However, now he didn't have the opportunity to do so. Chapter 408. On Huangli Island, Hu Lili instructed Chen Lian and Zheng Jie on some simple matters on the island, then said, "This time, I'll be bringing the amethyst bees to a spirit garden on Tianling Mountain. This time, it'll take at least 2 to 3 months, and at most half a year to return. Right now, this island has ancestor Tianling overseeing it, so there won't be any danger. It's just that I'll have to trouble you too with some daily chores." Zheng Jie said casually, "Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. Ever since the battle on Huangli Island, the island's defenses have become much tighter. The cultivators who come and go are also much more disciplined. Now that Tianlin Laozu is on the island, who would dare to cause trouble? However, senior apprentice sister, you still have to be careful of Shen Ying and the others. Last time, they tried to kill Lu Chino on Tianling Mountain. It's obvious that they were after you and little Lu. Why didn't little Lu kill them then?" Hu Lili shook her head helplessly. "It's better to be safe than sorry. Junior apprentice sister, you also have to focus on your cultivation. I heard that Zhong Zicheng also succeeded in condensing his core 2 months ago. Among us, you're the only one who hasn't advanced to the core forging realm yet. As for eldest senior apprentice sister and the others, they're still not powerful enough. The real threat is the people behind Shen Ying and the others." Zheng Jie's face fell when she heard Hu Lili talk about cultivation. Seeing this, Hu Lili passed a jade crystal bottle to her and said, "This is a 7-step marked pill that Lu Ping left behind before he left. He asked me to give it to you. Previously, your foundation was still lacking. Although you've reached the peak of the blood condensation realm for many years, you haven't made any progress. I didn't give this pill to you because I wanted you to strengthen your foundation. That way, you'll be able to go further in the future." When Zheng Jie saw the 7-step marked pill, her face was already filled with joy. She hurriedly snatched the jade crystal bottle from Hu Lili's hands. Hu Lili saw that Zheng Jie was only happy. She didn't know how much of what she said had sunk in, so she let her be. Before Hu Lili left, she went to the secret room that Lu Ping usually used for cultivation. After she came out, she sealed the secret room again. Other than Lu Ping and Hu Lili, no one else came here. In a cave abode on Tianling Mountain, 4 core forging stage enlightened masters sat on the ground. If Lu Ping was here, he would recognize 3 of them as enlightened master Shen Chang, enlightened master Xuanhe, and enlightened master Shen Qing. Daoist master Shen Chang hesitated for a moment and said to the cultivator sitting at the head of the table, "Senior martial brother Shen Shu, what happened on Huangli Island was beyond our expectations. This junior martial nephew Lu Shenping is clearly hiding his strength. Such a talent may be a pillar of our sect like senior martial brother Jiang Tianlin in the future. After all, the rise of our sect is imminent, and it's also the crucial period of the war between the human and demon races. It's precisely the time when we need to unite our forces. If we were to make a move and plot against them, it would more or less be something that would make our friends hate us and our enemies happy." A resolute middle-aged cultivator sitting at the head of the table nodded and said, "This is indeed beyond our expectations. Originally, we thought that with the importance of Huangli Island, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to send a late core forging cultivator. Senior Martial Sister Liu is also famous for being protective of her disciples. Sending an early core forging disciple to guard Huangli Island is simply child's play. I didn't expect that this junior martial nephew Lu Shenping would have such strength. Now that senior martial brother Tianlin is personally guarding Huangli Island, there is no need for us to worry. Junior martial brother Shenchang is right. If our sect wants to rise to the North Sea, the demon race is unwilling, and the sects in the North Sea are also unwilling. Therefore, our sect must not have any internal strife. When enlightened Master Shenchang and the others saw that enlightened Master Shenshu had the same thoughts, their faces lit up with joy. Senior martial brother is farsighted. In a cave abode on Tianling Mountain, enlightened Master Xuanzhen's eldest disciple, enlightened Master Shenying, had been living a difficult life for the past 6 months. Now that she thought about it, she finally understood that she had fallen into someone else's trap. How could she have been incited by a blood condensation cultivator, minor repairs, to plot against the demon pet of the water sword immortal? Not to mention that the demon pet was following enlightened Master Jiang Shenxian. How many core forging cultivators on Tianling Mountain didn't know about Jiang Shenxian? Not long after, that blood condensation cultivator, minor repairs, was sent to guard an island. Soon after, he died in an attack by the demon race. Enlightened Master Shen Ying recalled the chaotic battle in the inheritance ground, the way that person suppressed everyone, and the murderous look he gave her at that time. For the past 6 months, enlightened Master Shen Ying's heart often palpitated for no reason. One day, enlightened Master Shen Ying received an invitation from the Li family, one of Zhenling's subordinate clans. They asked her to reconstruct the island's protective formation on Flying Thunder Island. She knew about this Li family. Years ago, when Lu Shenping returned to the North Sea, he used the Li family's patriarch, Li Shenliang, as a stepping stone to establish his dominance in Zhenling. 3 years ago, a small spirit vein that the Li family had accumulated was inexplicably implanted with a large formation. Subsequently, the spirit vein was activated and stolen, becoming a laughingstock in the North Sea's cultivation world. Without the spirit vein, the protective formation on Flying Thunder Island was naturally destroyed. For the past few years, the Li family had always claimed that the person who stole their spirit vein was the water sword immortal, Lu Shenping. However, even if they had evidence, who would dare to offend the direct disciple of Fa Xiong, Lao Zu? Moreover, this direct disciple was a malefic star that should not be trifled with. Which early core forging cultivator would dare to lead a group of fellow disciples into the demon race's hinterland to expand their territory? Even if you had the courage, where did you get the strength? But this person dared to do it, and he succeeded. During the battle on Huangli Island, the water sword immortal, who had advanced to the mid-core forging stage, became even more arrogant. It was said that he had killed more than 7 or 8 metamorphosis stage demon cultivators. Who would dare to look down on the achievements of such a person? Enlightened Master Shen Ying pondered. Since the Li family had a grudge against that person, whether she was willing or not, she had also become enemies with that person. In that case, she could only befriend the Li family so that they could jointly resist the threat of that person in the future. After thinking it through, enlightened Master Shen Ying immediately left her cave abode and flew out of Tianling Mountain. However, she did not notice that in a spirit garden outside her cave abode, a few purple bees were buzzing and flying around a few blooming spirit herbs. After enlightened Master Shen Ying left, the largest purple bee flapped its wings and flew away with a few small bees. Enlightened Master Shen Ying flew in the air and was thinking about how to reveal her thoughts to enlightened Master Li Shenliang when she went to Flying Thunder Island. However, when she released her divine telekinesis, her expression suddenly changed and she shouted, "Who is it? Come out." "Haha, Auntie, you are so fierce." An 8 or 9-year-old little girl in white suddenly appeared in front of her, giggling crisply. Her face was full of baby fat, and it was indescribably adorable. However, enlightened Master Shen Ying's expression changed drastically when she released her divine telekinesis. She looked at the 8 or 9-year-old little girl in front of her and exclaimed, "Shape-shifted demonic cultivator." The little girl looked at the vigilant enlightened Master Shen Ying and pouted. "Linga doesn't like you, it's not fun." Enlightened Master Shen Ying saw that the other party was only a first-stage core forging realm cultivator and felt slightly relieved. She shouted sternly, "Bold demonic cultivator, how dare you go deep into Zhenling's internal sea? Are you courting death?" The little girl made a face at Enlightened Master Shen Ying, looked behind her and asked, "Elder sister, what should we do? This demonic cultivator has an accomplice." Enlightened Master Shen Ying's expression changed drastically. Then, she heard a crisp child's voice coming from behind her. "Auntie who said that this person wants to kill elder sister Qin. Let's kill her too." Enlightened Master Shen Ying suddenly turned around and saw a little girl in green standing behind her. She looked to be about the same age as the little girl in white, but her tone was more mature, like a little adult. Enlightened Master Shen Ying suddenly thought of something and said with a horrified expression, You were sent by that bitch who Lily? She actually dared to collude with the demonic race and murder her senior sister. How dare she?" Suddenly, 2 streams of water rolled up from the surface of the ocean, wrapping around Reverend Shen Ying's feet. A little boy in blue clothes, about 8 or 9 years of age, suddenly jumped out from the water, pointed at Reverend Shen Ying and said in a clear voice, "Don't talk nonsense, you are the bad guy." Enlightened Master Shen Ying didn't expect that there would be a third demonic cultivator hiding in the sea. A ray of light flashed under her feet and broke the entangling water column. A green array disk appeared under her feet and a green light rose from the array disk, surrounding her in the center. A talisman in her hand suddenly emitted a large amount of smoke and fire, rushing towards the sky above her. Following which, a loud explosion spread far and wide, and at the same time, there were sparks flying everywhere. This was the warning talisman of Zhenling. The 3 children didn't seem to know how to make the first move. Seeing that Enlightened Master Shen Ying was done, they didn't try to stop her. When Enlightened Master Shen Ying released the talisman, they heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 children looked at each other and then the little girl in green laughed. She opened her mouth and spat out a breath. Enlightened Master Shen Ying suddenly felt a tearing force coming from the green light barrier in front of her. Creak, creak, creak. An ear-piercing sound was heard and the green light barrier began to flicker rapidly, as if it would collapse at any time. Enlightened Master Shen Ying panicked. She didn't expect that the little girl in front of her, who had the same cultivation as her, would attack so fiercely. However, before she could understand what was happening, the little boy in blue reached out and pulled out a spear made of seawater. He raised the spear and stabbed it towards Enlightened Master Shen Ying. The green light barrier was immediately dented by the tip of the spear and cracks appeared on the green light barrier. Enlightened Master Shen Ying's face was filled with fear. Her hands formed a series of hand seals. She also tried to attack the 3 demonic cultivators to alleviate her predicament. However, Enlightened Master Shen Ying cultivated in arrays and her strength wasn't at the level of a cultivator. Not only were the 3 demonic cultivators attacking fiercely, their attacks were also very closely linked, causing Enlightened Master Shen Ying to be unable to fight back. Following closely behind the little boy in blue was the little girl in white. As if she was angry, the little girl stamped her feet and suddenly, several thick ice spikes shot out from the seawater. Enlightened Master Shen Ying felt the ground beneath her feet shake and a few cracks appeared on her fate array disc. Enlightened Master Shen Ying felt a sweet taste in her mouth as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The little girl in white clapped her hands and said with a smile, "She can't take it anymore." The little boy in blue chuckled and another ball of seawater rose from beneath his feet. The seawater formed a long spear in front of him. The little girl in white giggled and stretched out her little hand. The long spear instantly froze and turned into an ice spear. The little boy thrust the spear forward. The little girl in green opened her mouth and blew, causing the ice spear to suddenly accelerate. Under Enlightened Master Shen Ying's horrified gaze, the ice spear broke through the protective array barrier and pierced through Enlightened Master Shen Ying's heartcore space. The little girl in white skipped forward and took the storage artifact from Enlightened Master Shen Ying's waist. The 3 children jumped into the seawater together. There were only a few waves on the surface of the sea before everything returned to normal. Only a few childish voices were left in the sky, echoing, "It's just a spell. It's not fun. Wait for father to come back and make a transcendent artifact for me. I want a spear, just like the one just now. I want to ride on a seahorse and be as mighty as a general. I want the golden snake sword. I want to learn sword techniques from father. Ling wants a dagger. Ling teeth are the best. Heaven Spirit Mountain, at the bottom of the cliff where Lu Ping's Listen Wave was located, Hu Lily was walking on the rolling waves. After a while, she returned to Heaven Spirit Mountain and continued to command the purple crystal wasps to collect the blossoming spirit herbs in the spirit gardens. Other than the few involved, even the cultivators of Heaven Spirit Mountain had always thought that these purple demonic wasps were the famous purple crystal demonic wasps raised by Fornax Laozu. Therefore, no one in the spirit gardens on Heaven Spirit Mountain dared to make things difficult for them. When they saw these huge purple demonic wasps, they opened up their own spirit gardens. Lu Ping stayed on Frost Island for nearly a year. The matters on Frost Island were basically completed. The general survey of Frost Island was also nearing completion. Now, Frost Island had his teacher, Mystic Flame, and Shen Sen, two late-stage core forging experts. Naturally, it was impregnable. Lu Ping missed Huangli Island, so he planned to bid farewell to his teacher, Liu Tianling Laozu. Lu Ping entered his teacher's temporary cultivation room and told his teacher about his request. But to his surprise, Liu Tianling didn't recover immediately. Instead, he just sat there and didn't say a word. Lu Ping had no choice but to remain silent. After a while, Liu Tianling Laozu suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at Lu Ping and asked, "What happened to Huangli Island? What did that person say to you when he called you over?" Lu Ping was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that the person his teacher was talking about was Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Therefore, Lu Ping roughly told him about the battle on Huangli Island. At the same time, he told him about the chaotic battle on Heaven Spirit Mountain, how he was captured by Jiang Shenlin Laozu, how he saw Tianfan Laozu at Carefree Manor, and how he was punished together with Reverend Shen Shong and the others and sent to Frost Island. His teacher sneered and said, "You guys are quite courageous. You dare to fight in front of our sect's land of inheritance. It looks like this is Shen Shu's doing again. Shen Chang must be involved. Mph, that person is used to using this kind of compromising method. He calls it flexible. How is he like a man?" Lu Ping was silent. The first sentence was to remember even if he died, and the second sentence was to not get involved even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 409. Liu Tianling Laozu was silent for a while in the training room. Then, he said, "What are your plans after leaving Frost Island this time?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "I don't have a clear plan. I just want to travel around and see the vastness of the cultivation world." Liu Tianling Laozu thought for a while and said, "Do you know about longevity pills?" Lu Ping was startled. Then, he heard his teacher continue, "Back then, teacher caused a huge disaster. Xianling sect's Dao Sheng Laozu and 5 other Laozu came to attack. Our sect's 6 Laozu protected him with all their strength. Although they managed to repel Xianling sect's attack, and because of that, our sect was able to stand on equal footing with Xianling sect, Uncle Master Laozu was severely injured in that battle. He was originally our sect's most promising mid-Dharma adept, but his cultivation level was stagnant for more than 50 years. His lifespan was greatly reduced, and he was on the verge of passing away. Although Uncle Master Fornax and the others tried their best to save him and obtained a few recipes for 3 to 5 years of longevity pills, it was to no avail. You are my only alchemist master. If you have the ability in the future, you must repay this favor on behalf of teacher. When Lu Ping was in the East Sea, he had exchanged 3,000 years of spirit grass from Goddess Sun for 2 kinds of longevity pill recipes. One was 5 years, and the other was 10 years. The creation of longevity pills might not be the most difficult in the alchemist world, but it was the most precious. Who didn't want to prolong their lifespan in this world? Every kind of longevity pill was no less than a half step to the Dharma adept level. For a recipe like the 10 years longevity pill, it was equivalent to a Dharma adept level pill. This was a realm that only alchemists could touch. Teacher had never instructed Lu Ping to do something so seriously. Lu Ping could naturally tell the importance of the matter from his teacher's words, so he said, "I will remember it. In the future, when I have the ability, I will definitely make longevity pills for Uncle Master Tian Kang." In the cave on Tianling Mountain, Spiritual Master Shen Shu and the others were still seated. Hearing the words of Spiritual Master Shen Chang and the others, Spiritual Master Shen Shu gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "What kind of foresight is this? We are all disciples of Zhenling sect after all, and we have made this sect our home for hundreds of years. We have seen many of our family and friends grow old and die. The only thing left in our hearts is the spiritual pillar of the sect. When I was young, I couldn't stand senior sister Tian Ling's arrogance. Senior brother Tian Lin may be inactive, but his scheming nature is just as good. He only stood behind senior sister Tian Ling. Before they reached the Dharma stage, even the Dharma ancestors of our sect did not dare to underestimate them. Now, it seems that these two are indeed very talented. Senior brother Tian Lin is one thing, but even senior sister Tian Ling managed to catch up and defeat Feng Shuzhao. These two may not get along on the surface, but they support each other secretly. The disciples of the sect are like a family. Now, even the teachers have to give them face. Spiritual Master Shen Qing was shocked and said, "Even Uncle Master Tian Fan. How is that possible?" Spiritual Master Shen Shu smiled and said, "Now I finally understand why Martial Uncle Tian Xiong valued these two so much. 60 years ago, because of junior martial sister Shen Qin, senior martial brother Tian Lin and senior martial sister Tian Ling had a falling out. Senior martial sister Tian Ling madly chased after senior martial brother Tian Lin for 8 whole years, from the North Sea to the East Sea, then to the South Sea, and then back to the North Sea again. But every time one of them fell into a trap, the other would come to their rescue. The two of them worked together to kill 27 core forging cultivators in the North Sea, and more than half of them were in the late stage. Senior brother Tian Lin held back a little. As long as they escaped, he didn't chase after them. But senior sister Tian Ling killed every single one of them. Back then, all the core forging cultivators in the North Sea were terrified. Daoist Master Shen He and Daoist Master Shen Qing were stunned by Daoist Master Shen Shu's words, but their faces were flushed. Obviously, they were also excited by Jiang Tianlin and Liu Tianling's killing methods. Daoist Master Shen Chang was silent. Obviously, he had some understanding of what happened in the past, but his eyes flashed with surprise from time to time. He didn't know why Daoist Master Shen Shu knew so much about it. Xianling sect was the sect that schemed against us the most in North Sea, and this time was naturally no exception. The cultivators who schemed against them the most were also from Xianling sect, and the ones who were killed the most were also from Xianling sect. In the end, Xianling sect's avatar Laozu was forced to break North Sea's rules and interfere in the dark. Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen Qing's expressions changed. Spiritual Master Shen Chang seemed to have thought of something, and he hesitated for a moment before he said with slight uncertainty, "Could it be Dao Kong Laozu?" Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen He cried out at the same time, "Impossible, didn't Xianling sect's Dao Kong Laozu die 50 years ago?" Yes, 50 years ago. He was heavily injured and died while exploring the ruins of an ancient cultivator, right? Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen He looked at Spiritual Master Shen Shu's mocking gaze and nodded numbly. Then, they heard Spiritual Master Shen Shu's faint voice travel into their ears. "You should have figured it out by now, right? Dao Kong Laozu died under the joint efforts of senior brother Tian Ling and senior sister Tian Ling. Dao Kong Laozu might have used a secret art to form his avatar after he reached the 6th level of Golden Core, and is the weakest among the avatar Laozu, but he's still not someone a cultivator in the later stage of the core forging realm like us can hope to fight against. But this couple worked together, and one of them was in the 9th level of the core forging realm, while the other was in the 8th level of the core forging realm, and they managed to kill Dao Kong Laozu. Just what sort of power was that? Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen His hearts trembled, and they could not say anything. Spiritual Master Shen Chang asked, "Then how did this matter end in the end?" The death of a sect's Dao Kong Laozu was an incredibly shocking matter. Xianling sect originally had 6 Dao Kong Laozu, and now one of them died. Dao Sheng Laozu personally went out and wanted to kill him to vent his anger, but against everyone's expectations, sect Uncle Tian Xiong stood his ground and led the 6 Dao Kong Laozu from Heaven River sect, Heaven Furnace sect, and Heaven Peace sect to protect the 2 of them, even though they were heavily injured. They looked as if they were willing to go to war because of this. Spiritual Master Shen Chang said in shock, 50 years ago, Heaven Spirit Mountain's sect protection rune was activated at full power, but in the end, it was a false alarm. So it was because of this. Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen Qing looked as if they had come to a realization. Clearly, they had also experienced this at that time. Spiritual Master Shen Shu nodded and said, "How was it a false alarm?" At that time, Shenling sect was the true number 1 sect in the North Sea, and Dao Sheng Laozu was the only late Dharma adept in the North Sea. Even though Shenling sect had lost 1 Laozu, they still did not take our sect seriously. So, the 2 strongest sects in the North Sea, the 11 Laozu, fought a great battle on the North Sea. Spiritual Master Shen Chang thought about it and said, "At that time, our sect was already showing signs of rising. Although the 6 Laozus did not have late Dharma adepts like Dao Sheng Laozu, they were already on par with Shenling sect in terms of numbers. Dao Sheng Laozu's attack this time was probably to use Dao Kong Laozu's death to suppress our sect with all his might." Spiritual Master Shen Shu nodded, and then his face glowed as he said, "Unfortunately, he miscalculated. That battle was also the battle that truly made teacher and mistress famous in the North Sea. Before this, although the wind and snow deities were quite famous, that was only because teacher and mistress were mid-Dharma adepts. However, after that battle, teacher and mistress used the secret combo technique that was passed down through the generations of our sect and actually managed to hold off Dao Sheng Laozu, a late Dharma adept. Although they were at a disadvantage, they still managed to hold off Dao Sheng. It was also after that battle that our sect began to be mentioned in the same breath as Shenling sect in the North Sea, and the wind and snow deities truly became famous in the North Sea. Spiritual Master Shen Chang seemed to have sorted out the many things that had happened in the past, and he asked, "Then was my teacher also?" Spiritual Master Shen Shu nodded, sighed, and said, "Although teacher and mistress barely managed to hold off Dao Sheng Laozu, Uncle Master Tianxiang naturally had the upper hand in the battle against a mid-Dharma adept from Shenling sect. Uncle Master Tianjiang and Tianlu also held off 2 early Dharma adepts from Shenling sect. Only Uncle Master Tienkang's level of practice had already reached the peak of the early Dharma stage, and at that time, he was the 4th most powerful adept in the sect, and also the most promising adept to advance to the mid-Dharma stage. Hence, he was tasked to hold off the other mid-core forging adept from Shenling sect, Laozu. Unfortunately, Uncle Master Tienkang was ultimately no match for a mid-Dharma adept, and after being severely injured, he did not hesitate to use a secret technique and expended his lifespan to force the mid-Dharma adept from Shenling sect to retreat. However, in the past 60 years, his level of practice has not improved at all. Although he has managed to hold on, his lifespan is running out, and he is not far from passing away. Spiritual Master Shen Chang remained silent. Spiritual Master Shen Shu looked at him and continued, "This is also the reason why you resent the 2 of them. Because of this, the 2 of us and Uncle Master Tianlu's disciples secretly added fuel to the fire, pushing senior sister Tianling down from her position as an attendant, which was equivalent to the head of our sect. Then, we supported the cautious and modest senior brother Guo Shenshan. Although senior brother Guo Shenshan was also fair in his dealings, and when the world of practice was calm, he was naturally able to ensure the smooth development of our sect. However, now that the world of practice is about to undergo a great change, and our sect is in the midst of forging ahead, perhaps senior sister Tianling was originally the most suitable candidate." Spiritual Master Shen Chang smiled bitterly and said, "What happened back then? In the end, we were still in the wrong." Enlightened Master Shen Shu said a little sadly, "It's not that we're wrong, it's just that we're too narrow-minded, we don't see far enough. This is also the reason why even senior martial brother Liang Shenfeng, who was most in love with junior martial sister Shenqin, didn't approve of what we did." "That's right," Spiritual Master Shenchang recalled the events of the past and said, "Senior sister Tian Ling pursued senior brother Tianlin for 8 years, and our sect became the laughingstock of all the sects in the North Sea. According to common sense, she should have lost her position as the sect's deacon, but Guo Shenshan, Li Shenyin, Chu Shencheng, Liang Shenfeng, and a few other disciples with the most weight in the sect all unanimously objected to replacing senior sister Tian Ling as the sect's deacon. Originally, the sect didn't mention this matter to anyone, and it would have been fine, but we just had to bring it up. Senior brother Guo Shenshan had no choice but to take over the sect's deacon position. At this time, spiritual master Guo Xuanshan's face was gloomy, and he was looking at a corpse in the sea with Zhenling and a few other core forging stage cultivators. It was spiritual master Shen Ying, who had already died. A core forging stage cultivator stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Guo, it's a monster." Spiritual master Guo Shenshan frowned and said, "It's really a monster. Didn't you find anything else? Although the inner sea of the North Sea is not impregnable, it's impossible for a monster cultivator in human form to sneak into our sect's inner sea." After senior sister Tian Ling's Dharma manifestation assembly, she set up many warning mechanisms in the North Sea. How can a monster cultivator just come in like that? If Lu Ping was here, he would recognize this Zhenling cultivator who reported to spiritual master Guo Shenshan. It was spiritual master Cao, whom Lu Ping had met in the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven years ago, and who had taken good care of him. Spiritual master Cao smiled helplessly and said, "Not only is it a monster cultivator, there are 3 of them, and their cultivation is not high. It seems that they have just entered the core forging stage, and their control of their true essence is not good enough, but their attacks are fierce." Martial niece Shen Ying has been practicing array formations with senior sister Shen Chen for many years. Although she is weak, her defense should not be too bad, but these 3 monsters easily broke through her defense and killed her. Spiritual master Guo Xuanshan's face was as gloomy as water. He said, "Can you determine what kind of monster did it?" Spiritual master Cao shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. It seems that the monster cultivators are more likely to be snakes, but it is only a possibility. Besides, snakes are the most widely distributed among the overseas monster cultivators, and there are many kinds of them, so it is difficult to investigate." Spiritual master Guo Shenshan said fiercely, "Investigate. First investigate the core forging stage cultivators of our sect, and then investigate the cultivators above the core forging stage in the sect's territory. See who has a core forging stage monster pet, especially a snake-type monster pet." Early stage core forging stage, especially a monster pet that has just entered the core forging stage. Since 50 years ago, no one has dared to kill our core forging stage cultivators in our sect's territory. They seem to have forgotten why our sect is able to establish a foothold in the North Sea. A murderous aura erupted from spiritual master Guo Xuanshan's body. Next to him, spiritual master Cao, who had been wandering in the dark side of Zhenling all year round, also shivered, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. One of the most terrifying things in this world was an honest person getting angry. That was a kind of stubbornness that would not stop until one side was dead. Spiritual master Cao suddenly remembered the legend of some of the high-level cultivators of his sect. That incident 50 years ago, spiritual master Guo Shenshan also gained his fame by killing the corpses of core forging stage cultivators from various sects. Lu Ping had been away from Frost Island for more than a year. As soon as he came down from the teleportation array, he saw Hu Lili rushing towards the teleportation array. When Lu Ping saw that although Hu Lili's expression was trying to remain calm, her panicked footsteps seemed to be avoiding something. Lu Ping's heart sank. At this time, Hu Lili raised her head and saw Lu Ping walking down the teleportation array. Joy immediately appeared on her face, but it was soon replaced by melancholy. "Looks like something really happened." Lu Ping walked up and chuckled, "I didn't think you'd still remember that today is the day I return. You're so accurate with your timing." Hu Lili was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly understood. No matter what had happened, if she left in a hurry, she would definitely leave a trace of suspicion. She was a disciple of Zhenling sect, where could she hide? It was not like she could betray the sect. If she stayed in Tianling Mountain with a clear conscience, she would not attract any attention. Hu Lili immediately forced a smile and said, I was commanding the amethyst wasps to take advantage of the spiritual herb gardens of the various clans on Heaven's Spirit Mountain. I almost forgot that you're returning to Heaven's Spirit Mountain today. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards Lu Ping's dwelling on Heaven's Spirit Mountain. However, they did not notice that a person had walked out from the Heaven's Spirit Hall in front of the teleportation array. He looked at the direction the two of them had left in and seemed to be thinking. However, he then shook his head and continued to hide behind the door of Heaven's Spirit Mountain. When Lu Ping saw Hu Lili's strange expression earlier, he had used his soul sense to scan the surroundings of the teleportation array. However, he did not discover that there was actually a person hiding in Heaven's Spirit Mountain nearby. Chapter 4:10. The protective formation of Tingtao's cave on Heaven's Spirit Mountain hadn't been activated yet. However, Lu Ping had set up many temporary restrictions inside the cave. Sitting next to Lu Ping in the cultivation room was an uneasy Hu Lili. In front of them were three innocent children who looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. Lu Ping didn't feel the slightest bit of joy when he saw Samling, who had successfully transformed into a core forging realm cultivator. Samling lowered his head and didn't dare to look up at Lu Ping. Tell me, who gave you the courage to kill people in the inner sea? You killed a senior sister from the same sect as your father, and you had to call her senior aunt when you saw her. Have you grown so strong after transforming? Hu Lili's face paled when she saw Lu Ping's anger. She hurriedly said, This is all my fault. I heard that senior sister Xian Ying plotted against Lu Qina, and even joined forces with Shen Yu and Reverend Shen Xiong to challenge you. I have some understanding of this eldest senior sister. With her abilities, she definitely doesn't have the ability or courage to scheme against you. There must be someone behind her. That's why she took the opportunity to secretly monitor eldest senior sister while she was releasing the bees on Heavenly Spirit Mountain. She just wants to find out who is behind eldest senior sister. Hu Lili saw that although Lu Ping was listening, his expression was still cold. It was obvious that he was still angry. Hu Lili regretted taking matters into her own hands, but she still felt wronged. After all, she only wanted to help Lu Ping. Now that she had made a huge mistake, Hu Lili had no choice but to explain everything clearly. She had no choice but to continue. After you went to Frost Island, senior sister cultivated in seclusion all day long. She rarely came out of her own cave, let alone other people. But yesterday, she suddenly received an invitation and left Heaven's Spirit Mountain. I sent Samling to follow and monitor her, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Mph, is there a need to bring the three of them along to release the bees at Tianling Mountain? Lu Ping glanced at Hu Lili, then pointed at the three little fellows in front of him and said with a sneer, I'm afraid these three little bastards can't stay in the Golden House after transforming. They must feel that they are much stronger than before after advancing to the Gold Core stage and have been looking for an opponent to test their skills for a long time. When Samling saw that Lu Ping had guessed their thoughts, he couldn't help but shrink his neck, and his chin touched his chest. Now that things had come to this, the key point was not to get angry, but to deal with this matter. Senior Uncle Guo Shenshan looked humble on the surface, but he was a meticulous person on the inside. Although the Samling had advanced to the core forging realm, they had only cultivated for a short period of time. Their minds were about the same as 8 or 9 years old children. How could they clean up the matter quickly? They might have left behind some clues that senior Uncle Guo could trace back to them. Although Lu Ping had nothing to do with this matter and was still on Frost Island when it happened, Hu Lili might not be able to absolve herself from the blame. Even if it wasn't her intention to kill, who was Xianying? Xianying was her senior apprentice sister. Even if they didn't get along, just watching her senior apprentice sister was enough for Hu Lili to be unable to raise her head in the sect for the rest of her life. Moreover, she was the one who sent the Samling out, so how could she explain herself? Then there was the Samling. Samling was raised by Lu Ping since he was a child. Back then, it was Lu Ping who used his own magic power to nurture the 3 spirit snake eggs, which had almost exhausted their vitality, for more than a year. Lu Ping had always regarded Samling as his junior. Once it was verified, it would be a small matter for him to be implicated, but the fate of Samling would be worrisome. Moreover, the identity of Samling as the green sea snake was very sensitive. It might cause another uproar or even bring disaster to the sect. Lu Ping would never forget the massacre of the Shangguan family in the East Sea by the green sea snake. Qing why did you want to kill Xian Ying? Although Lu Ping was already thinking about how to deal with this matter, his voice was still serious. These three little guys had to be strictly disciplined. All these years, Lu Ping had spoiled them too much, causing them to become lawless. It was fine when they were still in the blood condensation realm, but now that they had advanced to the core forging realm and looked like children, wherever they went, they would be the focus of attention. Coupled with their lively temperament, once they appeared in front of others, they would most likely be suppressed by high-level human cultivators. Lu Qing was the eldest sister of the Samling. Hearing this, she said in a low voice, "We heard from Aunt Hu that this person wanted to harm Sister Lu Qing, and might even harm Father. She ordered us to follow that person to see where she went and who she came in contact with. Second brother, third sister, and I thought that since this person is a bad person, we might as well kill her. Then, she won't be able to harm anyone." Lu Ping snorted and said, "You guys are quite bold. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to kill her, and instead, you'll be killed by her?" Hearing this, Lu Qing puffed up her chest and said proudly, "Qing, second brother, and third sister were able to defeat core forging realm cultivators before we transformed. Now that we've transformed, we're even less afraid. That bad person is only at the first layer of core forging realm. How could she be a match for us? Arrogant." Lu Ping shouted, "You think you're so powerful just because you killed 2 low-level core forging realm cultivators? Not to mention that there are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the cultivation world, no one dares to say that they're invincible among cultivators of the same level. Even if you join forces, few can defeat you, but what if you meet cultivators who have more people than you? What if you meet mid-stage core forging realm cultivators? What about late-stage core forging realm cultivators? What about Fa Xiong Laozu? At that time, you can only be used to subdue demons. Think about where you killed them, and who they were. This is your father's sect, so it's your sect. That Daoist master Xian Ying should have been called senior sister by your father, and you should have been called martial aunt. How could you kill her just because you said so?" Samling had never seen Lu Ping reprimand so severely. Tears welled up in his eyes, making him look very pitiful. Hu Lily blamed herself even more. She pulled the 3 children into her arms and said, "I didn't explain this clearly in advance. You can't blame the children. If the sect investigates, I'll take full responsibility." Me. Lu Ping snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Other than the anger in his heart, his reprimand was also to teach Samling a lesson. Samling was, after all, a demon cultivator. Their wild nature was innate. In their eyes, except for Lu Ping, they didn't care about anything else. Moreover, they preferred to eliminate all threats in the bud, regardless of the consequences. In the future, the 3 spirits would definitely be able to help him gain a foothold in the cultivation world. In the future, even his identity might not be a secret anymore. If he still had this wild nature, not only would he attract a lot of enemies, the 3 spirits might even be killed before he could grow. Looking at the 3 children hiding in Hu Lily's arms and looking at him pitifully, Lu Ping's heart softened. However, he still said harshly, "From today onwards, without my permission, none of you are allowed to appear in front of others." For some reason, spiritual master Xian Ying's death did not cause much of a stir in the sect. Lu Ping guessed that it might be because he didn't want to cause panic among the cultivators of the sect, the various forces, and the itinerant cultivators. After all, the demon race could enter and leave the inner sea of Zhonling. This was an incredible thing. However, he became more cautious in his heart. 3 days later, Hu Lily returned to Huangli Island with the swarm of amethyst bees. Lu Ping went to Chonghua Palace. Although Liu Tianling Laozu was not there, the palace was not closed. As Tianling Laozu's direct disciple, Lu Ping naturally had the right to enter and exit his master's cave. He found a few jade slips that his master had collected in his early years, then informed the girl who guarded the cave and returned to his own cave. The next day, a violent spiritual vibration suddenly erupted from Tianling Mountain. Lu Ping was shocked. There was a battle, and it was a battle of life and death. Lu Ping quickly left the cave and fled in the direction of the battle. At this time, the battle had alarmed almost all the core forging cultivators in Tianling Mountain. In the sky, rays of light flew in the direction of the battle. When Lu Ping arrived, the battle had already ended. In front of the cave of an early core forging cultivator called Shen Bo, Spiritual Master Shen Bo was being taken away by Spiritual Master Guo Shenshan and a few other core forging cultivators. Spiritual Master Shen Bo had already passed out. It seemed that he was not knocked unconscious, but was imprisoned after being captured. Spiritual Master Guo Shenshan turned around and looked at the cultivators who were rushing in the sky. He said coldly, "All of you, disperse." Spiritual Master Guo did not explain to the crowd why he captured Spiritual Master Shen Bo. Lu Ping asked the surrounding cultivators about Spiritual Master Shen Bo's background, but all he knew was that Spiritual Master Shen Bo was usually quiet and spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. Lu Ping's intuition told him that this matter was caused by Spiritual Master Shen Ying, but he didn't know why Spiritual Master Shen Bo was involved. 2 days later, a shocking piece of news came from Zhenling. One of the sect's mid-core forging cultivators, Spiritual Master Shen Yun, had defected. Zhenling immediately announced that Spiritual Master Shen Yun was a traitor and put him on the wanted list in the entire North Sea. This Spiritual Master Shen Yun first escaped to Shenling sect's direction through a teleportation array, then disappeared without a trace. Zhenling accused Shenling sect of harboring a traitor, or a spy for Shenling sect. Shenling sect denied that Spiritual Master Shen Yun was hiding in the sect, and even refuted Zhenling's false accusations. Zhenling had no evidence, so he could only leave the matter unsettled. Spiritual Master Shen Yun was nowhere to be seen, and his corpse was never found. Lu Ping knew this Spiritual Master Shen Yun. Speaking of which, Lu Ping didn't have a good impression of him. When Lu Ping returned from the East Sea, he used the Li family to establish his dominance. It was this Spiritual Master Shen Yun and the Yuan and Lin families' core forging cultivators who appeared to stop Lu Ping when Lu Ping was about to defeat Li Shenliang. Who would have thought that this Spiritual Master Shen Yun was actually a spy sent by Shenling sect? Lu Ping couldn't believe it, but he could only sigh at the impermanence of the world. However, the doubts in his heart only deepened. However, the matter didn't seem to be over yet. On the various medium-sized islands within Zhenling's sphere of influence, 3 core forging rogue cultivators were captured by Zhenling, and 1 was killed by a Zhenling cultivator. Just when the cultivators within Zhenling's sphere of influence were feeling insecure, Spiritual Master Guo Shenshan appeared to explain to everyone that the 3 captured were not normal human cultivators, but human pets raised by the demon clan. Their minds were controlled by the demon clan, and their minds were controlled by the demon clan. Then, he invited representatives from various sects and some reputable rogue cultivators to investigate the matter. Only then did he dispel the doubts of many cultivators. Shenling sect had always kept Spiritual Master Shen Ying's death a secret, but Spiritual Master Guo Xuanshan's series of methods made Lu Ping instinctively feel that Spiritual Master Shen Ying's death had something to do with it. But now, it seemed that Spiritual Master Guo had chosen the wrong path from the beginning, and kept walking down it. Chapter 4:11. Spiritual Master Cao looked at Spiritual Master Guo Shenshan in front of him and asked in confusion, "Senior brother, shouldn't we adjust the direction of our investigation?" Spiritual Master Guo Shenshan looked at Spiritual Master Cao with a smile and asked in a slightly testing tone, "What do you think, Junior Brother Cao?" Spiritual Master Cao thought for a moment and seemed to be organizing his words. Then he said, "The cause of Marshal Niece Shenying's death was the mastermind who instigated Marshal Niece Shenying to plot against Marshal Niece Lu Xuanping's demon pet. We thought that it was the mastermind's attempt to silence Marshal Niece Shenying and used it as a clue to investigate Senior Brother Shenyun. But when we wanted to investigate further, We accidentally alerted the enemy and senior brother Shenyun immediately betrayed the sect when he heard the news. After that, we set our sights on the spies of the demon race and the other sects, but we forgot that Marshal niece Lu Shenping, who was tricked by Marshal niece Shenying, might also kill for revenge. Spiritual Master Guo Shenshan nodded in satisfaction and said, "What else do you think, Junior Brother Cao?" Spiritual Master Cao continued, "Of course, when it happened, Marshal niece Lu was still on Frost Island and naturally couldn't do it himself. But his girlfriend, Lily, who is also a disciple of senior sister Shen Chen, was at Heaven Spirit Mountain at the time. And according to junior brother's knowledge, the disciples under senior sister Shen Chen have always been at odds with each other. The senior disciples look down on the new disciples, and Marshal niece Shenying and Lily are the leaders of the senior disciples and the new disciples. If that's the case, Spiritual Master Guo Shenshan continued, Marshal niece Lily is the most suspicious of killing Marshal niece Shenying, am I right? Spiritual Master Cao couldn't tell what Spiritual Master Guo was thinking. He hesitated for a moment and said, "That's what Junior Brother thinks." Also, Junior Brother has secretly set up the Heaven Spying Formation in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall. It can detect the situation inside the Spirit Beast bags of some cultivators. You've set up the Heaven Spying Formation in the Heaven Spirit Hall? Nonsense. Once this matter is discovered, it will definitely cause an unnecessary storm in the sect. Remove it immediately. Yes, but there's no need to remove the Heaven Spying Formation embedded in the middle of the island. When perfected Master Guo Shenshan heard the words Heaven Peaking Formation, his expression changed. Even though his tone wasn't harsh, it was still unusually serious. Perfected Master Cao knew that Perfected Master Guo was doing this for his own good. Spying on someone else's privacy was akin to sowing enmity, a deep enmity at that. If someone from the sect continued to harass him, Perfected Master Cao wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. However, Zhenren Guo still glanced at Zhenren Cao and asked in a low voice, "How long has the Heaven Peering Formation been set up? Did you find anything?" Daoist Cao shook his head and said with some regret, "I just discovered Junior Brother Shen Bo's abnormality. I didn't expect him to actually join the demon race and become a human pet." Perfected Master Guo Shenshan didn't want to waste his breath on Perfected Master Xuanbo, so he smiled and said, "Didn't Marshal nephew Lu Xuanping's girlfriend just leave Qianling Mountain 2 days ago? Did she notice anything?" Perfected Master Cao's expression was still calm as he said, "No, only the amethyst wasp. But before that, when Marshal nephew Lu returned to Qianling Mountain, his girlfriend went to the Heaven Spirit Hall to pick him up. Unfortunately, she didn't step into the range of the Heaven Peering Formation. Otherwise, she would have been able to find out if there was a snake spirit pet on him." An imperceptible look flashed across Perfected Master Guo Xuanshan's eyes as he said, "You suspect that his girlfriend left her spirit pet on Marshal nephew Lu?" Perfected Master Cao didn't say anything, as if he had tacitly agreed. Perfected Master Guo Shenshan pondered for a while before saying faintly, "Let's end this matter here." Perfected Master Cao was startled. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Reverend Guo Shenshan seemed to have already guessed what he wanted to say. He slowly said, "Putting aside the fact that it's just a suspicion, if they really did it, then forget about Marshal nephew who from before. Although he's a little clever, he's still unfamiliar with scheming, so he left a flaw in his plan. But since Marshal nephew Lu has returned, do you still think that he would leave a flaw in his plan? He's a person who has survived countless battles. Back then, he was chased to the East Sea by the beast tide, but didn't he still survive and return to the sect with his skills? Do you still expect a disciple like him to leave a flaw for you to investigate?" But Perfected Master Guo Shenshan interrupted him just as Perfected Master Cao was about to speak. "The sect can't even protect such a person." Perfected Master Cao seemed to understand Perfected Master Guo's words, but he still couldn't help saying, "But what if he was the one who ordered his girlfriend to kill Marshal nephew Shenying? Are we just going to let them get away with it and ignore the sect's rules?" Perfected Master Guo glanced at Perfected Master Cao and suddenly asked, "Junior Brother Cao, how much do you know about what happened to Senior Brother Jiang and Senior Sister Liu more than 50 years ago?" Perfected Master Cao was stunned. He didn't know why Perfected Master Guo mentioned 50 years ago, but he still said, I have a rough idea. Perfected Master Guo continued to ask, the two of them killed dozens of core forging cultivators from various sects in the North Sea and injured countless more. In the end, they even schemed against Fa Xiong Laozu. At that time, it could be said that they had incurred public anger in the North Sea. Why did Martial Uncle Tian Xiong protect the two of them at that time, even at the cost of falling out with all the sects? Perfected Master Cao only had a rough idea of these things. Now that he heard Perfected Master Guo mention it, he was a little stunned. He said, they also schemed against Fa Xiong Laozu? Then, that sect should be cherishing talents. After all, the achievements of senior brother and senior sister are obvious to all. Perfected Master Guo Shenshan nodded with satisfaction. He said, yes, they do cherish talents, but not all of them. Perfected Master Cao was shocked. Suddenly, he thought of another person in the sect who was equally amazing and outstanding as Jiang and Liu. Enlightened Master Guo's meaning was clear. This matter had come to an end and there was no point in continuing the investigation. Even if they could implicate Lu Ping, the matter would eventually be left unresolved. Not only that, it might even attract the interference of the higher-ranked cultivators in the sect. The sect wouldn't ruin a more valuable core forging realm cultivator just for an ordinary enlightened master. Perfected Master Cao was still a little unwilling. He said, isn't this a little too indulgent? What if he causes a greater disaster in the future and learns from senior sister Shen Qin, then? Perfected Master Guo's face turned solemn. He said, there is another reason for junior sister Xuanqin's matter. Don't ask too much about this matter. Only then did Perfected Master Cao realize that he had spoken too harshly. Perfected Master Guo paused for a moment before saying, you don't have to worry. Junior sister Shen Qin was proud and aloof in the past. There were only a few people in the sect who were worthy of her attention. Even someone like senior brother Liang. But martial nephew Lu is different. Not to mention senior brother Jiang's kindness, senior sister Liu is his teacher. Both martial uncles Tianlu and Tianjiang have helped him a lot. Martial uncle Tianxiang also praised him a lot. Senior brother Liang, junior brother Chu, junior brother Xuanhua, and junior brother Shenzhen are also on good terms with him. Even I owe him a favor. His closest friends are all outstanding talents in the sect. With the support of the sect, he established a foundation on Huangli Island. These are all his fetters. Zhenling is almost his everything. He can't leave. Naturally, Lu Ping did not know that the crisis had been resolved. However, even if there were still people investigating, he was confident that he would not be exposed due to his previous arrangements. Although Samling's identity was not exposed, there were many people who knew that he had a snake spiritual pet. However, these people were his close friends. Lu Ping did not believe that people like Yarrow Yong would tell on him. He could only do his best to protect him. However, he was currently rushing to the back mountain of the Alchemy Pavilion. How could Lu Ping dare to neglect Tianlu Laozu's decree? When Lu Ping entered Tianlu Laozu's cave, he saw that Tianjiang Laozu was also there. He could not help but be delighted. Could it be, Tianjiang Laozu seemed to have seen through Lu Ping's thoughts at a glance. He laughed and scolded, you're a smart kid. How can a talisman-level alchemy cauldron be made so easily? However, your NH1 cauldron is indeed a precious cauldron that has been passed down from ancient times. I believe that in a few years, it will be completed successfully. At that time, our sect will also have a talisman-level alchemy cauldron. Tianjiang Laozu sighed and said, not bad, a talisman-level alchemy cauldron. If we had made it 100 years earlier, I'm afraid that brother Tianxiang would have long become a late Dharma adept. Brother Tiankang might even have a few more years to live. Tianjiang Laozu was a little silent after hearing that. However, he looked at Lu Ping and said, kid, I've called you here today because I have a few things to discuss with you. Lu Ping was a little frightened after hearing that. He hurriedly bowed and said, what do the two uncle masters have to say? What Lu Ping was most afraid of now was the elders looking for him to discuss. The last time these two discussed with him, the NH1 cauldron had been fiddled with by the two of them for many years. Even if they compensated him with a Lynch1 cauldron, which was also a top-grade alchemy cauldron, Lu Ping still admired his own NH1 cauldron. Although with Lu Ping's current alchemy skills and cultivation, two top-grade alchemy cauldrons did not make much of a difference to him. Tianlu Laozu chuckled and said, "The NH1 cauldron becoming a magic weapon is a foregone conclusion. It's only a matter of time. However, after the NH1 cauldron becomes a magic weapon, I hope that I, Uncle Master, will temporarily hold it for 2 years. After you become a Grandmaster Alchemist, I will return this alchemy furnace to you. How about it?" Lu Ping himself also knew that if one's alchemy skills did not reach the Grandmaster level, there was not much difference between a top-grade alchemy furnace and a magic weapon-level alchemy furnace in the hands of an alchemist. Although he felt that it was a pity, he also understood that the sect would not take advantage of this alchemy furnace of Tianlu Laozu's hands. Instead of letting the NH1 cauldron become a magic weapon and wasting it in his own hands, it would be better to let Tianlu Laozu's hands make some contributions to the sect. Moreover, with the two Laozu's status, there was no need for them to say these things to Lu Ping. They could just directly use it. Now that they had proposed it to Lu Ping in such a serious manner, it was obvious that they wanted him to rest assured that the sect would not take advantage of this alchemy furnace of his. Lu Ping nodded and said, "That should be the case." Tianlu and Tianjiang Laozu nodded their heads in satisfaction. They looked at each other and laughed. "You are worth teaching." Lu Ping looked at the two Laozus. He thought that they had called him here today to talk about this matter, so he said, "If that's the case, this disciple will take his leave." Lu Ping was about to walk out of the alchemy furnace when he heard Tianjiang Laozu wave his hand and said, "No hurry, I still have something to discuss with you." Chapter 412. Lu Ping stared blankly at Tianjiang Laozu. Tianjiang Laozu was rather direct. "Brat, is the profound sky soulfire with you?" Lu Ping knew he couldn't deny it, so he said, "Yes." Disciple obtained the profound sky soulfire from the Pill Pavilion's inheritance ground. Tianjiang Laozu saw the vigilance on Lu Ping's face and smiled. "Brat, what are you so nervous about? Although the old man has his eyes on the spiritual fire in your hand, do you think he'll let you suffer a loss?" Hearing that these two Laozus had their eyes on the profound sky soulfire, Lu Ping was naturally unwilling. This spiritual fire was obtained from the inheritance ground. Since Grand Ancestor needs it, why didn't you take it from the inheritance ground in advance? Tianjiang Laozu looked at Tianlu Laozu helplessly. Tianlu Laozu pondered for a moment, then said, "The opening of any inheritance ground requires the approval of at least 3 Dharma phenomenon Laozu. You can enter 3 inheritance grounds at once. This was agreed upon by Tianxiang Laozu, Marshal Nephew Jiang, and Marshal Nephew Liu. At that time, the old man was in closed-door cultivation and had no time to attend to other matters, so this matter was handed over to Shen Yang to handle. But in the end, you obtained the profound sky soulfire." Hearing this, Lu Ping immediately understood that Daoist Master Shen Yang and the others were behind this, wanting to make things difficult for him, forcing him to retreat. He didn't expect Lu Ping to easily subdue the profound sky soulfire with the help of the profound Yuan heavy water. Tianjiang Laozu continued, "The profound sky spirit fire is violent in nature, and its effect in alchemy is not as good as that of a mid-grade heavenly fire. On the contrary, it is twice the result with half the effort when used to forge artifacts. Today, the old man wants to use a mid-grade earth-grade heavenly fire suitable for alchemy to trade for your profound sky spirit fire." Lu Ping naturally knew that the mysterious sky spiritual fire was an earth-class spiritual fire. It wasn't the most suitable spiritual fire for concocting pills, but it was still much stronger than the blue spiritual fire. Moreover, since Laozu had spoken, Lu Ping couldn't just reject him, so he asked, "What kind of spiritual fire is it?" Smiling, Tianjiang Laozu took out a purple flame and said, "Purple Qi Eastern Flame, how about it?" Looking at Tianjiang Laozu's flickering little flame, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Legend has it that the purple Qi Eastern Flame was a spiritual fire that was produced when the purple sun first rose. This kind of spiritual fire was indeed a rare spiritual fire for alchemists. Although Lu Ping was very tempted, he still said, "This purple Qi Eastern flame is good, but it is only a mid-grade earth-class spiritual fire after all. When stimulated by spirit stones, the profound sky spirit fire is not inferior to a high-grade earth-class spiritual fire." If a late-stage core forging cultivator uses it to fuse with a golden core, it is not impossible to achieve a 6th-grade golden core. It would be enough for me to become a backup cultivator for Dharma idol Laozu. In this way, this disciple is at a disadvantage. Tianjiang Laozu was a little annoyed and said, "Is the mysterious sky spirit fire as good as the purple Qi Eastern flame in alchemy? Do you know how many high-grade spirit stones it would take to temporarily increase the power of the profound sky spirit fire to a high-grade earth-class spiritual fire? Not to mention using it to condense a 6th-grade golden core." Lu Ping didn't say anything, he just pinched a low-grade spirit stone between his fingers, and with a little force, the spirit stone was crushed. Tianjiang Laozu and Tianlu Laozu were people who could tell at a glance that the crushed spirit stone was different. Tianjiang Laozu was a little surprised and said, "This secret technique can really stimulate the spiritual qi contained in the spirit stone to the greatest extent. Not only for alchemy, but also for refining tools." Tianlu Laozu also asked, "What is the name of this secret technique?" Lu Ping answered, "Spirit burst art." The Fornax forefather said, "The spirit explosion formula is quite fitting. With this secret technique, it will be much easier to increase the power of the mysterious sky spirit fire. It will save a lot of spirit stones. Moreover, this secret technique is very useful for us alchemists and refiners." Tianjiang Laozu's eyes lit up. After all, no one dared to say they were infallible whether it was alchemy or tool refinement. During the refining process, the lack of spiritual qi was often the most common cause of failure. Cultivators often needed a lot of spirit stones to make up for it, but often couldn't make up for it. Even if they succeeded, they would spend a lot of spirit stones and the gains would not make up for the losses. With this spirit burst art, not only would it be timely, but it would also save a lot of spirit stones. Tianjiang Laozu pondered for a while and said, "Kid, do you have any other requests?" Lu Ping opened his mouth and said, "Since this disciple can easily raise this spirit fire to a high-grade level, then Granduncle should also take out a high-grade earth-grade spirit fire." Tianjiang Laozu suddenly became angry and said, "Kid, don't even think about it. A mid-grade earth-grade spirit item can't be compared to a high-grade earth-grade spirit item. Besides, isn't the Eastern Purple Qi Flame more useful in your hands than the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire? At most, I'll give you another Heaven and Earth oddity as compensation, and you also have to hand over the Spirit Burst Art. Otherwise, forget it." Lu Ping angrily said, "Although the Eastern Purple Qi Flame is more valuable than the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire to alchemists like me, but to alchemists like you, the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire is also more valuable than the Eastern Purple Qi Flame. Not to mention, as long as you have spirit stones, the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire can be upgraded at any time. Granduncle compensating me with a Heaven and Earth oddity in exchange for the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire is one thing, but the value of the Spirit Burst Art is very important to alchemists and alchemists. This disciple is willing to contribute to the sect, so Granduncle should also take out another Heaven and Earth oddity." Lu Ping was a little nervous when he said this, but he saw the two Laozu look at each other and smile. Tianlu Laozu said, "What a crafty kid, then we'll do as you say. The Eastern Purple Qi Flame and 2 Heaven and Earth oddities in exchange for your mysterious Sky Spirit Fire. How about it?" Lu Ping suddenly felt that he had been tricked. These two seniors had been waiting for him for a long time, but the words had already been said, so Lu Ping couldn't go back on his word. He could only hand over the white mysterious Sky Spirit Fire to Tianjiang Laozu. Taking the Eastern Purple Qi Flame from Tianjiang Laozu's hand, Lu Ping was very happy and wanted to refine it. To be honest, Lu Ping was very willing to exchange the mysterious Sky Spirit Fire for the Eastern Purple Qi Flame. He was just putting on this kind of attitude to get more benefits. "Kid, what kind of Heaven and Earth oddities do you want?" Lu Ping hurriedly stopped refining the Eastern Purple Chi Flame and thought about the types of heaven and earth oddities he could use at the moment. His protective Gang Chi had been refined with 6 kinds of water attribute heaven and earth oddities, and its defensive ability was no less than a spiritual magic treasure. It was enough for now. However, Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupils was only refined with 4 kinds of heaven and earth oddities. In addition, Lu Ping now had the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash in his hand. He was only missing heaven and earth oddities. However, the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash had only refined 3 treasures and was far from reaching the level of a spiritual magic treasure. Therefore, it could only hold 3 kinds of heaven and earth oddities of each attribute. In this way, the number of heaven and earth oddities of water and metal attributes had reached 3. He could already successfully use the Yin Thunder of Yin Water and Yin Thunder of Gang Metal. If he wanted to refine more heaven and earth oddities, he would have to wait until the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash was upgraded to a spiritual magic treasure. However, the 7 Thunder Gem Calabash treasures were extremely rare and mysterious. Lu Ping himself didn't know where to get such a thing except from the Kuan Fish clan. He had also collected 2 kinds of earth and ice oddities each. Only 1 kind of wood, fire, and wind oddities were left. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, I wonder what kind of heaven and earth oddities the 2 martial uncles have for this disciple to choose from. Tianjiang Laozu pointed in front of Lu Ping and 7 heaven and earth oddities appeared in front of Lu Ping. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and wind were all taken. Fa Xiong Laozu's collection was really rich. Lu Ping sighed as he looked at these 7 treasures. First, the water attribute was ignored by Lu Ping. This kind of heaven and earth oddities could not be used to condense the 3 pure true eyes. The metal attribute was also excluded. Wood, fire, and wind oddities could be used. The 7 Thunder Gem Calabash could not quickly form a small magical power, so he could only choose the earth and ice oddities. However, the ice oddities provided by Tianjiang Laozu was none other than the black ice fiend that Lu Ping found on the Frost Island. This kind of heaven and earth oddities had already been absorbed by Lu Ping's 7 Thunder Gem Calabash. Lu Ping gathered his courage and asked, Grand Master, do you have any other ice oddities? This black ice fiend disciple has it. No. Tianjiang Laozu glared at Lu Ping and said, You are too troublesome. Take it or leave it. The Fornax Furnace ancestor chuckled and said, You've got some guts, kid. You're even trying to extort me here. Fine, I have a strange item of the ice attribute here. Do you think you can use it? Lu Ping was overjoyed. An item that looked like clear water appeared in front of him. He heard Tianlu Laozu say, This item is called Cold Moon Birth. Although it looks like clear water, it has the ice attribute. Do you like it? Lu Ping looked at it briefly and knew that Laozu would not lie. He said, I like it, I like it. Thank you, Laozu. Lu Ping, who had obtained 2 extra treasures, was in a good mood. He felt that the matter was more or less over. This time, he did not hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at the 2 Laozu in case they had other orders for him. As expected, Tianlu Laozu said, There is a third matter that I have asked you to come today. Lu Ping immediately became spirited. He now knew that when the seniors of Zhenling ordered the juniors to do things, they never treated them as labor. Instead, there would always be 1 or 2 benefits waiting for them. As long as they could do their best, there would be no time for them to lose out. He heard Tianlu Laozu say, There will be a gathering of alchemists from various sects in the North Sea. In addition to exchanging alchemy experiences, there will also be some treasures and pill recipes to be exchanged. Each sect has some special products of spirit herbs, and they will exchange what they need. This time, you can go with the old man. When you go back, think about what you need so that you can find it at the gathering. However, you should also prepare some assets. This time, all the alchemy masters of the North Sea are attending the gathering. If you don't have enough resources, you will only be laughed at and our sect will lose face. Lu Ping was also looking forward to the gathering of alchemy masters of the North Sea, so he quickly agreed respectfully. Chapter 413. After coming out of the alchemy pavilion, Lu Ping did not return to Huangli Island. Instead, he turned around and went to the cave residence of the second senior sister. He had a lot of questions in his heart, many of which were related to his master, but it was not convenient to ask. He had to find the eldest disciple of Chonghua sect to answer his questions. Unexpectedly, the door of the farmhouse-like courtyard was locked. She was not at home. Lu Ping thought for a while and took out 2 sound-transmitting talismans. He sent them to the third senior sister Zhao Xuanji and the fourth senior sister Wang Xianjing. Sure enough, after a while, the 2 talismans did not fly back. Obviously, the 2 senior sisters were not in their respective cave residences. In desperation, Lu Ping had to return to Huangli Island. Nowadays, Huangli Island had become more and more prosperous. It gradually became a base for North Sea cultivators to explore the sea and hunt monsters to obtain cultivation resources. Lu Ping greeted Hu Lili and Chen Lian, then called Fang Dao over and asked him about the treasures collected in the market of Huangli Island over the years. Lu Ping looked at the storage bags that Fang Dao handed to him and said in surprise, "There are so many." Fang Dao smiled and said, "Originally, there were only half of them, but since the Dong family repelled the attack of the monster clan with his mid-core forging cultivation and killed several people, the high-level monster clan cultivators outside Huangli Island began to be suppressed by the cultivators of our sect. Cultivators who go out to hunt monsters are safer, so the harvest is naturally much larger. Naturally, it attracted a large number of cultivators. Especially a year ago, when Jiang Tianlin Laozu was in charge of Huangli Island, it caused the North Sea cultivators to crazily rush into Huangli Island. In just a little more than a year, the harvest of treasures was more than half of the previous 3 years. If our Huangli Island was not just a small island, I am afraid that there would be more cultivators rushing in, and the harvest of the market would be greater. Lu Ping sighed in his heart. He desperately repelled the monsters and besieged Huangli Island, but he was not as good as the Grand Master who was at the Dharma manifestation stage. This was the gap in strength. Since he was back, Lu Ping naturally had to calculate his wealth, so he asked, "How are the spirit gathering places on the island? How are they being developed?" Fang Dao reported with a happy face, "Now the number of spirit gathering places on the island has reached 34, and a total of nearly 40 acres of spirit gardens have been developed. Among them, there are 20 acres of spirit fields, 10 acres of spirit grass garden, and 10 acres of spirit materials planted. They are managed by the trial disciples of the blood refining stage." Although Lu Ping was happy, he also knew that the spirit gathering land on the island was almost full. If there wasn't a new spirit vein or if Huangli Island continued to expand, it would be hard to find another spirit gathering land in the future. Fang Dao looked at Lu Ping, as if he had something to say. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Old Fang, if you have something to say, just say it." Fang Dao asked curiously, "Some of the spirit gathering places on the island are still managed by 2 blood condensation stage disciples. These 2 disciples have been managing the spirit fields ever since Huangli Island was established. I once asked Spiritual Master Hu if he wanted to replace them with the disciples of the blood condensation stage, but Spiritual Master Hu said that as long as they don't leave on their own, they can continue managing the spirit fields." Oh! Lu Ping was a little surprised. There are still 2 people who haven't left. Fang Dao saw Lu Ping's expression and knew that Lu Ping might know about these 2, but he just didn't seem to understand them. He introduced them. One of them is called Wang Qi. After the battle last year, he used 3 blood condensation pills to break through to the blood condensation stage. Now, he manages 4 acres of spirit fields. Other than cultivating with his sword, he also follows my son and daughter out to sea to hunt demonic beasts. Although his cultivation is low, he's not weak. Second-layer demonic beasts rarely escape from his flying sword, and he can even defeat third-layer demonic beasts. He's only been in the blood condensation stage for a little over a year, and is already at the peak of the first layer. I heard from my son that he'll be breaking through soon." Hearing this, Lu Ping's interest was piqued. He asked, "What kind of foundation bloodline does this person have, and what kind of technique does he practice?" "Do you know?" Fang Dao thought for a moment and said, "He's good friends with my son and daughter, and I heard that he has a metal element tiger bloodline. The technique he chooses to practice is also very strange. He didn't choose the techniques that many of our sect's predecessors have practiced, but he chose a heavenly kill technique that I don't know where he got it from. I heard that it's perfected to the early Dharma stage, but no one has practiced it before. I think it's a new technique from the sect. Fang Dao shook his head as if he felt that it was a pity. However, even though Lu Ping's interest in the technique did not diminish, he did not ask any further. Instead, he asked about another disciple who had been managing the spirit garden. This disciple, Fang Dao shook his head even more vigorously, is called Tian Yu. This child joined the sect a year after Wang Qi, and he has just reached the blood condensation realm. However, he's very timid, and he spends most of his time managing his 6 acres of spirit garden. Originally, spiritual master who only prepared 2 to 3 acres of spirit garden for each disciple. However, after these 2 disciples reached the blood condensation realm, they continued to manage the spirit garden, so spiritual master who gave them an extra acre of spirit garden. However, this Tian Yu took the initiative to ask spiritual master who for an extra 2 acres of spirit garden. Unlike Wang Qi, this child doesn't go out to sea to hunt beasts with the other blood condensation disciples. Instead, he hides in the spirit garden to practice his swordsmanship and take care of the plants. Another strange disciple. Lu Ping's interest in this Tian Yu was piqued, and he asked, "Is there anything special about this child? Is there anything special about him?" Hu Lili was in charge of all the matters on Huangli Island. As for the cashier of the market and the spiritual farm, he was in charge of Fang Dao. Therefore, Fang Dao was quite familiar with the disciples who managed the spiritual farm. Moreover, they were 2 disciples who had been training on Huangli Island for almost 5 years. Fang Dao thought for a moment, then said, "This disciple called Tian Yu manages the spiritual farm the best. Whether it's the spiritual grains, spiritual herbs, or spiritual materials, his output and quality are the highest among all the disciples. But it's no wonder, no disciple is like him, who stays in the spiritual farm all day long. Also, although this child practices the sword all day, he never hunts demonic beasts, nor does he compete with other cultivators." After he reached the blood condensation realm, Wang Qi once dragged him out to sea. Along the way, everyone hunted demonic beasts, but he was the only one hiding at the back, looking flustered and afraid to draw his sword. He didn't even dare to refute when others ridiculed him. In the end, everyone pushed him in front of a peak blood condensation realm demonic beast, and this child was forced to draw his sword. However, he only used defensive moves, dodging and dodging, protecting himself from any attacks. Not even a drop of seawater splashed on him, and the demonic beast was so exhausted that it wanted to escape. The other cultivators couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so they killed the demonic beast. But from then on, Tian Yu never went out to sea with the others. After sending Fang Dao off, Lu Ping smiled and muttered to himself, "These 2 are interesting." Then, he turned his attention to the storage bag in his hand. In the years after Huangli Island was reclaimed, even though Lu Ping rarely concocted pills because he was in closed-door cultivation, he still gave a portion of the spiritual herbs harvested on Huangli Island to Luan Yu, who lived in the House of Gold. Luan Yu was also a talented pill concoction master, so Lu Ping naturally wouldn't let go of this free labor. Luan Yu also needed spiritual herbs to hone her pill concoction skills. But even so, Huangli Island had accumulated nearly 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and even 70 to 83,000-year-old spiritual herbs, not to mention 500-year-old spiritual herbs. Chen Lian even knew that Lu Ping needed a heaven and earth oddity, so he sent a kind of agarwood. It was said that it was formed after being submerged at the bottom of the sea for many years. Lu Ping definitely wasn't as knowledgeable as Chen Lian, so he just used the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash to absorb it. Speaking of which, Chen Lian had also obtained a lot of good things on Huangli Island. The sea was boundless, like a never-ending treasure house. No one knew how many heaven and earth treasures were hidden inside. When he purchased spiritual materials on Huangli Island, he obtained some top-grade, second-grade, and even third-grade mutated spiritual materials. As for other spiritual materials, there were countless of them. Other than the agarwood, he also obtained 2 kinds of heaven and earth oddities, which he used to condense a minor divine ability. Hu Lily's cultivation had also stopped at the first level of the core forging realm for a long time. With the experience from the previous battle on Huangli Island, she had already advanced to the second level of the core forging realm before going to Tianling Mountain to release the bees. Hu Lily, who had just condensed a minor divine ability, opened up a layer of protective vigor qi around her body. The protective vigor qi around Hu Lily, who had just condensed a minor divine ability, looked pink. This was due to the fusion of the wood attribute 100 Flowers Annihilation that Lu Ping had brought back from the East Sea. However, after Hu Lily broke through to the second level of the core forging realm, Lu Ping gave her an elixir and instructed her to consolidate her cultivation for a year before going into seclusion to refine it. This was the heart-dissolving elixir that Lu Ping had used a large amount of rare and precious spiritual herbs to concoct. Back then, he had successfully concocted 2 elixirs in the East Sea. He had consumed one and left the other one for Hu Lily. When Lu Ping returned to the cave dwelling, he discovered that there was someone in seclusion in a secret room. After asking Hu Lily, he found out that it was Zheng Jie who had just broken through to the core forging realm before he returned to Huangli Island. Now, she was in seclusion to consolidate her cultivation. Lu Ping smiled. This girl had finally advanced to the core forging realm. Although Zheng Jie was usually carefree and didn't care about anything, her friends had advanced to the core forging realm one after another, leaving her at the bottom. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't anxious. This could be considered as fulfilling her wish. Of course, this was also because of the 7-step marked elixir that Lu Ping had left for her. Lu Ping also learned from Chen Lian that Yaro Yong, Ji Zishuan, and Yin Zichu had also reached the 3rd level of the core forging realm. Du Feng and Shi Lingling, like Chen Lian, had also reached the peak of the 2nd level of the core forging realm. However, there was still a gap between them and the other 3. Ma Yu and Zhong Jian were a step behind Hu Lily. They had already broken through to the 2nd level of the core forging realm. On the other hand, it was Zhong Zicheng who was more like a teacher. In the True Spirit Monastery, he had thoroughly enjoyed being an immortal. However, Lu Ping had more or less figured out Zhong Zicheng's thoughts. Zhong Zicheng's talent was only average. Perhaps even he himself didn't have much confidence in his own cultivation future. However, he was a kind person, and in truth, he was also a scheming person. He was on good terms with Lu Ping and the other outstanding talents of the Zhenling Monastery's younger generation. In addition, he was a benevolent and charitable person, earning the respect of the monastery's disciples. If he continued like this, then if he had the opportunity to reach the late core forging realm, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a deacon of the Zhenling Monastery. Even if he couldn't reach that position, he could go out and manage his family. Relying on the connections he had established within the sect, he would receive the care of everyone. That way, he would at least be able to ensure the Zhong family's steady growth for hundreds or even thousands of years. Lu Ping returned to his own cultivation room and buried the 2 miniature spirit-gathering pearls he had obtained on Frost Island into the island's spirit vein. Only then did he discover that there were now 2 miniature spirit veins among the 3 small spirit veins. After asking Hu Lily, he learned that these were spirit veins discovered by cultivators who were exploring the sea. Because the person who discovered them was a wandering cultivator, he had informed the Zhenling cultivators of the Huangli Island about the location of the spirit vein. In exchange, he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources from Hu Lily. Lu Ping was overjoyed. With the addition of the 2 mini spirit gathering pearls, the spirit veins on Huangli Island now had 3 small spirit veins and 4 mini spirit veins. It seemed like Huangli Island was indeed a little small now. Chapter 414. Lu Ping thought for a moment and felt that he should ask Jiang Tianlin Laozu about this. Jiang Tianlin Laozu knew that he was coming and was waiting for him at the entrance of his own cave. Lu Ping bowed and greeted, "Grandmaster." Jiang Tianlin Laozu saw Lu Ping and asked with a smile, "How is the situation on Frost Island? Did you gain anything?" Lu Ping also smiled and said, "I did gain something." I must thank Grandmaster for giving this disciple this opportunity. Jiang Qianlin Laozu asked again, then where did you come from this time? Lu Ping told Jiang Qianlin Laozu about his plan to expand Huangli Island. Jiang Qianlin Laozu pondered for a moment and said, Huangli Island has become so prosperous under your management that even the sect didn't expect it to be. Huangli Island has indeed reached a point where it is overcrowded. If Huangli Island is to become even more prosperous, it is necessary to expand its scale. It is good that you have brought up this matter. Huangli Island has gathered and distributed a lot of cultivation resources these past few years, and I believe that you have benefited greatly from it as well. Marshal Nephew who sells 2 blood-condensing pills on Huangli Island every month, but your mission to refine blood-condensing pills for the sect has never been delayed. Even though you are a great pill refiner of the sect, you have never purchased any spirit herbs of different ages from the sect's spirit herb garden. It is obvious that you have harvested a lot of spirit herbs from Huangli Island other than for your own use. As for other things, there is no need to talk about them. Lu Ping knew that there was more to his grandmaster's words. Therefore, he didn't interrupt and listened to Jiang Qianlin Laozu finish. When Jiang Qianlin saw that Lu Ping had more or less understood what he meant, he nodded in his heart. However, he still felt that he should make things clear, so he continued, there are many people in the sect with discerning eyes. Right now, you have your master's face, I am here to guard this place, and you are not weak, so naturally, no one will say anything. However, as time passes, Huangli Island will become a cornucopia. At that time, if all the benefits are still in your hands, it will definitely cause public anger. After all, Huangli Island is Zhenling's Huangli Island, not yours, Lu Ping's Huangli Island. You took the lead in reclaiming Huangli Island, but that day, if it wasn't for your good friend's help, and if the sect didn't secretly command the cultivators from the outer seas to attack Huangli Island, how could you have defended Huangli Island? Furthermore, during the Battle of Huangli Island, although you and I both know that someone must have secretly leaked the news that you were in seclusion, if there weren't cultivators from all over the world to coordinate with you, how could there be only 6 core forging cultivators attacking you? Even if Spiritual Master Shen Chang and the others were dissatisfied with you, they still tried their best to rush over. If this island belonged to you, Lu Ping, would they still come over? This reasoning was actually very easy to ponder. Previously, Lu Ping had already thought of letting the sect participate in this matter, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qianlin Laozu would actually mention the expansion of Huangli Island together with this matter. Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts, let alone cultivation resources. Lu Ping also knew that he couldn't monopolize the benefits of Huangli Island. Otherwise, as time passed, it would definitely cause others to be dissatisfied, and even the sect would have an opinion of Lu Ping. Even if he didn't have any ulterior motives, he was too arrogant and domineering. After Lu Ping thought about it, he already had an idea in his heart. He then asked Jiang Qianlin Laozu how to expand the size of Huangli Island. Jiang Qianlin Laozu thought about it and said, the art of moving mountains and filling seas has existed since ancient times, but all of them are world-shaking divine abilities. It is easy to cut a mountain with one sword, but difficult to move a mountain and fill a sea. Lu Ping thought about it and said, right now, Huangli Island is only a small island with a circumference of less than 5 kilometers. Disciple also didn't think of expanding it into a small island or even larger. It would be fine as long as it can be expanded by 1-fold. Jiang Qianlin nodded and said, if that's the case, then it will be much easier. The difficulty of moving a mountain and filling a sea is not in the mountain, but in the vein. Even the old man can pull a reef island over, but if the vein is pulled over, then the old man will be helpless. Lu Ping didn't think that moving a mountain and filling a sea would have such a saying, but after thinking about it, it made sense. The art of moving a mountain and filling a sea wasn't only about moving a mountain. If a mountain was also connected to a spirit vein, then the spirit vein would definitely be cut off, and the vein would also lose its ability to nurture, so what was the use of having a barren mountain? Lu Ping thought about it and said, if that's the case, are there any seniors in our sect who practice this art? Yes, Jiang Qianlin Laozu nodded solemnly and said, in our sect, the one who has the highest achievement in practicing this divine ability is Senior Uncle Tian Kang. However, because of me, senior Uncle Tian Kang was heavily injured by an external enemy, and now he doesn't have much time left in his life. However, senior Uncle Tian Kang has passed down this art. Other than senior Uncle Tian Kang, the only one who can obtain the essence of this art is your senior Uncle Guo Xianshan. Lu Ping had heard teacher say that it was because of his great mistake that Tian Kang Laozu was injured. Now that Grandmaster said that it was because of him, it seemed that the matter of Tian Kang Laozu was related to teacher and Grandmaster. Could it be related to teacher and Grandmaster falling out with each other? This thought suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's mind, and the doubt in his heart deepened. However, he was not stupid enough to ask Jiang Tianlin Laozu, so he said, Grandmaster, this disciple has an art. If I change it to the art of changing seas and mulberry fields, it might also have the effect of moving mountains and filling seas. After saying that, he recited the art of changing seas and mulberry fields of the North Sea's 12 orthodox techniques to spiritual master Jiang Tianlin. Jiang Tianlin Laozu said in surprise, this art is indeed profound and profound. It must also be a great divine ability. If you can cultivate it to the extreme, moving mountains and filling seas will not be a problem. Lu Ping naturally knew how powerful the art of changing seas and mulberry fields was, but he still asked, how is it compared to Tian Kang Laozu's art of moving mountains? Jiang Tianlin Laozu glanced at Lu Ping and said with a smile, there is no difference in the level of art, but there is a difference in the level of cultivation. Lu Ping smiled shamefully. He knew that Jiang Tianlin Laozu was saying that it depended on the person using the art. The art of changing seas and mulberry fields and the sword technique of 100 rivers into the sea were the only two great divine abilities among the 12 orthodox techniques of the North Sea. Lu Ping had already cultivated the latter to the stage of great perfection, while the former was just a beginner's understanding of it. It was still far from being a great divine ability. Furthermore, the former was not used in one-on-one battles, but a type of divine ability that could be used over a long period of time. Its effects would gradually become apparent as time passed. However, Jiang Tianlin Laozu thought for a moment and said, the art of moving mountains passed down by Uncle Master Tian Kang has the advantage of being fast, but the disadvantage is that it's too overbearing. It's fine to move some reefs or small islands, but if it's moving a small island, it will inevitably damage the veins of the earth. This art of changing seas and mulberry fields is different. It takes a long time to use it, and the time it takes to see the effects is also slow. However, it might be able to move an island that's larger than the art of moving mountains, and it can also protect the veins of the earth from being too damaged. However, it also takes a lot of energy from the practitioner. I'm afraid that without the cultivation of the Dharma stage, you won't be able to use this type of art. Lu Ping solemnly bowed to Jiang Tianlin Laozu and said, thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster. Lu Ping returned to his cave abode and shrunk the House of Gold from the secret chamber. The lone mountain in the House of Gold had the effect of storing spiritual energy. Lu Ping had placed it on the veins of the earth for almost 5 years, and the spiritual energy stored on the lone mountain was enough to last 50 days in the House of Gold without dissipating. After giving some instructions to Hu Lili, Lu Ping returned to Tianling Mountain. He first went to the Chonghua residence to put away the few jade scrolls that he had borrowed from his master's cave abode. After leaving the residence, he paused on the small lake outside of the Chonghua residence. 3 slender figures flashed across the bottom of the lake and scuttled into the House of Gold that Lu Ping was playing with and disappeared without a trace. After that, Lu Ping went to pay a visit to enlightened Master Guo Xianshan. When enlightened Master Guo heard the purpose of Lu Ping's visit, he smiled and said, although I've inherited the mountain shifting art from junior Uncle Tiankang, I'm still not as proficient as him. It's fine if I can move some deserted islands and reefs, but I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to move a small island. Furthermore, in order to avoid damaging the earth veins, I'll have to set up a lot of traction formations. Therefore, I'm afraid the time I need to prepare for the mountain shifting art will be much longer than the time it takes to perform the mountain shifting art. Lu Ping nodded and said, disciple understands. I've already refined some pills for late-stage core forging cultivators to recover their true essence on Huangli Island. I've also left nearly 100 high-grade spirit stones for Hu Lily to help junior uncle set up the traction formations. Grandmaster is also on the island at the moment, and he promised to help junior uncle in performing the mountain shifting art. Enlightened Master Guo Xuanshan's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh, you're already able to refine pills for late-stage core forging cultivators? That's really a blessing for our sect. In our sect, the only masters who can refine pills for late-stage core forging are Shenyang and Shenyu. Shenjing and Shendian, on the other hand, are only able to refine pills for early-stage core forging because of their insufficient cultivation. Once they start to refine pills for late-stage core forging, the success rate is terrible, and it's really distressing. Who would have thought that even though you've just advanced to mid-stage core forging, you're already able to refine pills for late-stage core forging? If enlightened Master Guo Shenshan knew that Lu Ping had successfully refined the Bell Cauldron pill and the heart-dissolving pill, who was half a step into the transcendent stage, what would he think? Enlightened Master Guo Shenshan continued, "Since you have senior brother Tianlin's help, it won't be difficult to move a few islands here. However, do you have any new targets in mind?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "Currently, I have 4 islands in mind. One of them used to nurture a small spirit vein, and there are also several spiritual energy gathering areas on the island. One of them was originally in Shenling sect's territory, but it has now been turned into a demon territory, and there is a small spiritual energy gathering area on it. There are also 2 isolated islands that were discovered by cultivators who went out to sea in recent years, and there are also 2 small spirit veins on them. There are also spiritual energy gathering areas on the islands, and one of them even has a mid-grade spiritual material vein, but it's a pity that it's quite barren." Enlightened Master Guo Shenshan looked at Lu Ping in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to be prepared for this. These 4 islands are not bad either. I heard that you've already gathered 2 small spirit veins on Huangli Island, and after moving these 4 islands here, you can put them to good use immediately. No wonder people say that your Huangli Island is now a cornucopia." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Speaking of which, this disciple has something to report to Martial Uncle. Ever since I opened up Huangli Island, I've received a lot of help from the sect. Huangli Island is, after all, the Zhenling sect's Huangli Island. After Huangli Island expands, I'm afraid there will be more cultivators on the island, and I'm afraid that it's beyond disciples' capabilities. I hope that the sect can send more cultivators to Huangli Island, open a market, and control the cultivators on the island. This way, the island will be orderly, and the sect will be able to gather more wealth." Enlightened Master Guo Shenshan laughed heartily and said, "Brat, you're indeed a quick-witted fellow. Don't worry, Huangli Island will still be under your management. Although there are a lot of cultivation resources on the island, most of them are for blood condensation and blood refining realm cultivators. Don't forget to take care of the disciples of the True Soul Side Hall. As for the rest, you have the pill refining technique to refine blood condensing pills. As long as you produce a few dozen more blood condensing pills every year, who in the sect would dare to say anything? As for the small portion of the cultivation resources for core forging stage cultivators, the amount of spirit pills you provide to your friends every year is already enough. Who would dare to say that you're monopolizing the island and becoming the king?" With enlightened Master Guo Xuanshan's words, Lu Ping finally felt relieved. The prosperity of Huangli Island in recent years had indeed made some cultivators in the sect unhappy. Some said that he was arrogant and domineering, some said that he was using his power to bully others, and some even said that he wanted to take the island for himself and leave the sect. Although it was ridiculous, the public opinion could melt gold. However, enlightened Master Guo's words also reminded Lu Ping that all the sect wanted was Lu Ping's attitude. After all, most of the cultivation resources on Huangli Island were only for the use of low-grade cultivators. Those who were jealous were only the high-grade cultivators. Although the rumors came from their mouths, they would only spread among the low-grade cultivators who didn't know right from wrong. The high-grade cultivators wouldn't believe them. They just wanted to put some pressure on Lu Ping. Now that enlightened Master Guo Shenshan was the sect's deacon, Lu Ping brought his attitude with him. Naturally, enlightened Master Guo Shenshan would also give him some pointers. How could blood condensation and blood refining realm medicinal pills be difficult for Lu Ping now? As long as he had the spiritual herbs, Lu Ping could refine these medicinal pills with ease. Then, he could give them away in the Wangzhen Spirit Courtyard or sell them to the blood condensation realm cultivators at a low price. With that, these rumors would naturally be put to rest, and Lu Ping could even gain a good reputation. Lu Ping cupped his fists and was about to leave when enlightened Master Guo Shenshan called out to him. Enlightened Master Guo said with a serious expression, "Is Uncle Master Fornax going to bring you to the North Seas Alchemy Master Gathering?" As the sect's deacon, enlightened Master Guo Shenshan naturally knew about these matters. Seeing that Lu Ping agreed, enlightened Master Guo said, "The most important thing for Uncle Master Fornax this time is to exchange for Xian Ling Sect's 5 years longevity pill recipe. Xian Ling Sect will definitely raise the price. If you can help, do your best. Our sect's Tian Kang Laozu's lifespan is almost up, and he is about to pass away. Tian Kang Laozu has made great contributions to our sect, and the mountain shifter art was also obtained by the old man from Uncle Master Tian Kang." When Lu Ping saw how solemn spiritual Master Guo was and how respectful he was when he mentioned old ancestor Tian Kang, he replied solemnly, "I'll try my best." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,